Hey guys, tonight we're going to explore something so bizarre, so bean-brained, that it might just lull you into the best nap of your life. Imagine you're walking barefoot through a misty, ancient garden. The moon is low. Owls are watching. A cool wind rustles a row of tall green vines, and at the base of each plant, a silent offering. Not gold, not flowers, just beans. Quiet little beans, scattered like breadcrumbs for ghosts. You kneel beside one. It twitches. Yeah, you probably won't survive this, especially not if you've already had chili for dinner. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, post your location and local time down below. I love seeing where and when you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wouldn't think something mushy, humble, and frankly fart-inducing as a bean could hold such profound terror for an entire civilization. But the ancient Greeks? Oh, they were on another level. To them, beans and weren't just food. They were doorways, carriers, whispering pods of death and reincarnation. You shuffle down a dusty corridor in your mind, past amphorae and statues. And suddenly, you're standing in the middle of an olive grove where a priest clutches a bowl of black-eyed peas like it's a bomb about to go off. That's the kind of spiritual tension we're talking about. Let's be real. Beans aren't exactly exciting, unless you're a taco or a toddler. But thousands of years ago, to some of the smartest and weirdest thinkers in Greece, beans weren't boring. They were terrifying. Take a moment and picture a philosopher, robed, bearded, deep in thought, probably hasn't showered in a while. Now imagine that same guy backing away in horror from a lentil. Not a poisoned one, just a lentil. Welcome to the mystical bean zone. At the center of it all was one man, one brilliant, eccentric, rule-loving man who changed the course of Western thinking while also single-handedly destroying beans' PR forever. Pythagoras. Yes, that Pythagoras. The triangle guy. Mr. A2 plus B2 equals C2. The dude whose name haunts algebra students and SAT preppers across the globe. But Pythagoras wasn't just into numbers. He ran a full-on spiritual movement that dabbled in reincarnation, sacred geometry, and bean paranoia. He believed, quite sincerely, that every single bean contained a human soul, possibly one you used to know. So next time you feel guilty for not calling your grandma, just imagine you accidentally ate her in a stew. To Pythagoras and his followers, the Pythagoreans, life was an eternal cycle of rebirth. You die, your soul wanders, it reincarnates. But in the transitional phase, according to their bizarre cosmology, some of those souls made pit stops inside beans. Think of them as rest areas for spirits. And if you chomped one down at dinner, well, congratulations. You just committed beanicide. This is why his followers were strictly forbidden from eating, touching, or even being near certain types of beans, especially fava beans. If you had a bowl of fava soup in front of you, you weren't just violating a diet. You were desecrating a spirit. And before you scoff, remember, we're talking about the guy who literally created a school that mixed math, music, vegetarianism, and astrology into one hypnotic spiritual smoothie. Pythagoras wasn't alone either. He had followers, a lot of them. They called themselves the mathematikoi, which, fun fact, kind of translates to math freaks. And these math freaks were devout. They didn't just solve triangles, they worshipped them, along with silence, harmony, and absolutely no legumes. But here's where it gets weirder. Pythagoras didn't just hate beans. He may have died because of them. Yeah, let that sink in. Legend, okay, one of several conflicting legends, says that near the end of his life, Pythagoras was being chased by angry villagers, possibly because he banned laughter? Or because he told people not to eat meat? Hard to say. Anyway, they were gaining on him. He ran until he came to the edge of a bean field. And then he stopped, because crossing the field would have meant trampling the souls of the dead. So he hesitated, and the mob caught up. And that was the end of him. Now, whether this is true or just another ancient "don't mess with vegetables" parable, historians still argue whether Pythagoras really died that way, or even believed the bean ban was literal. Some say it was metaphorical, that beans symbolized democracy and impurity. Others think he had a really bad allergy. But most agree he was definitely not a fan. Meanwhile, back in the village, beans kept doing what they've always done, growing quietly, feeding people, and occasionally fermenting into soup farts. But among the philosophical crowd, they remained suspicious. Why beans, though? Why not grapes? Or olives? Or mushrooms? Well, here's one theory. Beans were seen as halfway between plant and animal. They had the power to create life. The sprout looks vaguely like a spine, and the way it bursts from its pod had uncanny associations with birthing. Some thinkers swore the inside of a bean looked like a tiny embryo. Others claimed that when beans fermented, the vapors resembled soul steam rising from the dead. It sounds ridiculous now. But if you lived in a world without microscopes, and your buddy just hallucinated after eating undercooked fava, you might start to wonder too. The Greeks were no strangers to mysticism. They saw gods in thunderstorms, omens in bird guts, and divine punishment in stubbed toes. So believing a soul could nap inside a legume? Honestly, not that much of a stretch. So next time you open a can of baked beans, give it a second. Hold one up. Look deep into its weird little eye. Maybe whisper an apology, just in case. Because tonight, as you drift into sleep, you might dream not of sheep, but of beans. Ancient, twitching beans, rustling in sacred fields, whispering your name. Section 2. You're still standing there in the moonlit bean field, and somehow it feels colder than it should. There's that smell, earthy, almost musty, like damp parchment and ghost breath. And through the vines, a shadow moves. Not fast, not menacing, just watching. That's the kind of thing that might have kept Pythagoras up at night. You see, Pythagoras wasn't just bean-phobic. He built his entire spiritual system around rules that would make most of us fail a dinner party. His community, the Pythagoreans, lived together like a math monastery. They didn't drink wine. They didn't eat meat. They avoided wearing wool. They refused to eat beans. And they never picked up a fallen piece of bread. That last one's not entirely relevant, but you have to admire the commitment. It wasn't just eccentricity. It was spiritual hygiene. The idea was simple, if you squint hard enough. The universe had an underlying harmony, a divine music made of numbers and shapes. If you lived correctly, ate right, behaved properly, stayed off the beans, you could align your soul with this harmony and eventually escape the cycle of rebirth. You wouldn't have to come back as a goat, or worse, a lentil. You'd think a belief system this rigorous would have scared people off. But surprisingly, it was kind of a hit. People signed up, wore the robes, recited math chants, and probably checked under their pillows for rogue chickpeas. The Pythagoreans took their no-bean lifestyle so seriously, they even had purification rites for when someone accidentally touched one. Imagine spilling a few in the kitchen, and then having to spend the next 2 weeks chanting prime numbers under a waterfall. That's basically how it went. What made beans the enemy, though? Some say it had to do with reproduction. Fava beans, especially, were known to cause strange effects in certain people. There's a real genetic condition called favism, where eating them causes intense, sometimes fatal reactions. So maybe ancient thinkers saw someone eat a fava bean, go pale, collapse, and figured, yup, definitely soul-related. Historians still argue whether the bean taboo was medical, mystical, or both. Some lean toward the symbolic interpretation. Beans were associated with decay because of how quickly they fermented. They smelled alive and dead all at once. A bit like your uncle's chili leftovers after 2 weeks in the fridge. The Greeks were big believers in miasma, spiritual pollution, and beans were like little air fresheners of doom. But Pythagoras wasn't the only ancient Greek to eye legumes with suspicion. Even outside his circle, there was a sense that beans weren't innocent. One of the most chilling ideas floating around was the belief that the soul exited the body through gas. You know, flatulence. And beans, well, they're the MVPs of digestive drama. So if you farted after eating beans, it wasn't just awkward. It might have been a soul escaping, or a ghost entering. Either way, not ideal for dinner conversation. Imagine being a philosopher trying to explain the cosmos, only to be interrupted by your own sanctified spiritual toot. Tragic. You stroll through the halls of a hypothetical Pythagorean school now. It's quiet. There's a classroom with geometric diagrams scrawled on the walls, musical ratios sung in soft tones, and a kitchen that's suspiciously empty. No lentil soup simmering, no chickpea salad, just olives, bread, and the distant sound of someone whispering multiplication tables at a bowl of boiled rice. One of the more awkward side effects of Pythagoras's bean ban was how much it clashed with the wider Greek culture. Beans weren't exotic. They were everywhere. They were peasant food. They were funeral food. They were even voting tools. Black and white beans were used to cast ballots in some civic assemblies. So for someone to stand up and say, "No beans, ever, they're full of souls," was bold, and kind of a buzzkill at potlucks. There's a story, and again, no one can agree whether it's true, that during one of his travels, Pythagoras and his followers were attacked, cornered, trapped. All they had to do was run across a bean field to escape. But Pythagoras refused. He stood at the edge of the field, robes flapping in the breeze, eyes locked on the rows of green. Maybe he was thinking of the souls inside each pod. Maybe he imagined them moaning, pleading. Maybe he felt the ground vibrating with the breath of the dead. Or maybe he just really, really hated beans. Whatever the reason, he chose death over trampling legumes. Now, if this story sounds a little too cinematic, that's because it probably is. Historians still argue whether he actually died this way or if it was just a dramatic cautionary tale, like a philosophical version of "Don't run with scissors." Except instead of scissors, it's beans. And instead of running, it's reincarnation-induced paralysis. Either way, the story stuck. And it helped cement Pythagoras as both a genius and a complete weirdo. Over time, his ideas spread. His math, of course, lived on in textbooks and angry geometry teachers. But his bean ban, that one clung to the edges of mystery schools, spiritual cults, and quiet countryside legends. It never quite went mainstream, but it never disappeared either. And so, you're left with this strange contradiction. One of the founding fathers of rational thought, a man who revolutionized geometry and believed in the harmony of the spheres, was absolutely terrified of beans. There's something comforting in that. Because if a genius like Pythagoras can have a completely irrational food fear, maybe your aversion to raisins in cookies isn't so weird after all. Tonight, as you lie back and let your eyelids droop, picture him standing in that field, robes swaying, refusing to take a single step into the forbidden rows. It's absurd. It's admirable. It's kind of sad. And it's the perfect story to drift off to, because the line between rational thought and mystical belief is sometimes thinner than the skin of a bean. Section 3. You're still in the field. The beans are tall now, unnaturally tall. Their stalks creak in the wind like old floorboards. And somewhere beyond the rows, something sighs. It's not menacing, just tired. Maybe ancient. Maybe it's been waiting for you. In the time of the ancient Greeks, death was not a one-way trip. You didn't just pop into the underworld and call it a day. No, your soul had a journey. Twisting, cycling, sometimes pausing for a bean break. That's where things got interesting. Because according to a constellation of philosophical, religious, and just plain weird beliefs, beans weren't just taboo. They were temporary homes for the dead. The Greeks, for all their logic and civilization, harbored some remarkably spooky convictions, especially when it came to the afterlife. Souls didn't rest. They drifted, wandered, waited, and sometimes they squatted inside legumes. Imagine being a spirit, freshly detached from your body, unsure where to go, when, bam, you're sucked into a fava bean, like it's a spiritual Airbnb. No linens, no Wi-Fi. Just darkness, dampness, and occasional soil. You weren't alone, either. Beans weren't considered soulless vegetables. They were thought to be living capsules, teeming with spirits. Some human, some less so. Maybe you'd bunk with a philosopher, maybe a donkey, or maybe a minor deity who was just having a rough reincarnation cycle. This idea didn't come out of nowhere. Greek mystery religions, especially Orphic traditions, taught that the soul moved through a cosmic cycle of purification and rebirth. Earth wasn't the end goal. It was more like a very long layover. And certain plants were believed to play active roles in that process. Beans were the worst offenders, or maybe the most sacred, depending on your interpretation. So when people said, "Don't eat beans," it wasn't dietary advice. It was soul preservation. If you've ever heard of the festival of Anthesteria, you'll know the Greeks weren't shy about hanging out with the dead. It was basically a 3-day ghost party. Spirits were invited up from the underworld to mingle, drink new wine, and probably mess with your furniture. But here's the kicker. On the final day, beans or huizenspenne were offered to the spirits. Boiled beans, placed outside doors like spiritual dog treats. They called it the kademia, and it was serious business. You didn't eat these beans. You didn't touch them. You left them out and then got back inside before sundown. Because once the beans were down, the dead were out, roaming. You're starting to see a pattern, right? Beans were associated with boundaries, not physical ones, but metaphysical ones, between life and death, flesh and spirit, body and soul. The Greeks saw this vegetable as a kind of hinge between realms. You didn't cross that threshold lightly. Some bean types were even thought to contain specific kinds of souls. Fava beans were linked with the dead, especially those who had died in strange or unjust ways. Lentils were sometimes associated with the underfed or forgotten. Chickpeas? Honestly, they kind of got off easy. Historians still argue whether these associations came from religious texts, folk customs, or just someone having a very bad soup dream. There's no consensus, which, to be fair, is kind of par for the course when dealing with beliefs that involve haunted hummus. Even the mechanics of the belief were debated. Some claimed souls were trapped inside beans. Others believed souls chose to visit beans, like spiritual Airbnb guests on holiday. A few even insisted that when beans sprouted, they were birthing new souls. This last one's particularly haunting. You plant a bean. It grows, and inside that green curling shoot, a tiny reincarnated spirit yawns and stretches, ready to re-enter the world. No pressure, right? Now imagine harvesting those beans for dinner. Snap, snap, snap. Each one might be a person, a soul, a fragment of someone's grandmother. Or worse, a soul not meant to be disturbed yet. You didn't just interrupt someone's nap. You yanked them out of spiritual customs before they cleared their passport. To the Greeks, death wasn't scary because it was final. It was scary because it was porous. And beans? Beans were the porous food. They soaked up water. They soaked up flavor. They might, in some cosmologies, soak up spirits. And this wasn't a belief tucked away in village superstition. Prominent thinkers like Empedocles and Heraclitus hinted at it. Poets played with the imagery. Farmers treated bean fields with more respect than you'd expect for a crop that caused so much stomach trouble. Even the way beans were cooked played into the eeriness. A big, bubbling pot of beans, thick steam, strange smells, soft, bubbling noises, wasn't just dinner. It was a seance in soup form. Some people claimed to hear voices in the steam. Others swore the smell carried messages from the underworld. One story tells of a family who left a pot of beans on the hearth during Anthesteria That night, they heard laughter in the kitchen. The next morning, the beans were gone, and so was a small silver coin left by the fireplace. No one ever found it. Coincidence? Sure. But try falling asleep after that. There's also the matter of bean voting, a strange intersection of politics and the paranormal. In some Greek city-states, beans were used for making decisions. White bean for yes, black bean for no. You'd reach into a bag and pull one out, casting your anonymous vote. Now imagine doing that, knowing that each bean might have a soul attached. You're not just voting. You're channeling the opinion of the dead. Democracy gets a little more complicated when your electorate includes the recently deceased. As you tiptoe further into the field, you realize that every belief, every fear, every twitch of superstitious dread points to one thing. Beans weren't food. They were vessels, and that makes you wonder, what else have you dismissed as harmless? What other everyday things might have deep, weird, wriggling histories behind them? Maybe that's the real power of the bean. Not its taste, not its protein content, but its ability to make us question reality in the soft hour before sleep. Let that thought settle in your chest as you nestle into your pillow, warm and heavy like soil. The spirits are quiet for now, but who knows what sprouts tomorrow? Section 4. You wake up. Well, not really. You're still in that dreamlike space between sleep and thought, where the bean field fades into marble pillars and flickering oil lamps. Now you're in an ancient Greek home, low and smoky, the kind that smells like olive oil and ghost stories. And in the center of it all, a bowl of beans. But this time, they're not scary. They're sacred. Welcome to the world of funeral feasts, where beans weren't just feared. They were honored. In ancient Greece, death rituals weren't just about mourning. They were about maintenance. You had to keep the dead happy, fed, remembered. Otherwise, they might come back, and not for hugs. This is where beans came in. On the 9th day after a death, yes, exactly 9, families would prepare a special dish, a simple stew of beans, barley, and sometimes honey. It wasn't for the living. It was an offering to the dead, a symbolic meal left out for the soul as it lingered between realms. They called it panspermia or pansperme, which literally means all seed. It wasn't just beans. It was a mix of legumes and grains, like a weirdly solemn trail mix for the afterlife. The idea was to give the spirit everything it might need to complete its journey. And here's the twist. No one touched the offering. It sat in a quiet corner, maybe under the eaves, or beside the family hearth, steaming gently into the night. It was like a peace treaty. We loved you. We miss you. Please don't haunt us. You might recognize the echoes of this tradition in modern practices. Ever seen food left on graves? Or offerings during festivals, like Dia de los Muertos? It's the same impulse. Feed the dead, so they don't feed on you. But the Greeks took it further. During the festival of Genesia, people would visit cemeteries and leave these multi-seed dishes on the tombs of ancestors. It was both sacred and social. You didn't just remember your great-aunt Thalassa. You brought her lunch. Cold bean lunch. And maybe a few words to keep her from rustling your shutters at night. Historians still argue whether the panspermia dish was meant to nourish the spirit, symbolize rebirth, or simply act as a ritual token. Probably all three. The Greeks were rarely simple with their symbolism, and the dish wasn't tossed afterward. No, sir. Leftover beans from the funeral meal weren't eaten. They were buried, or given to animals, or left in the fire to crackle into smoke, because even touching the beans after they'd been spirit-soaked was risky. You don't want that kind of supernatural seasoning on your fingers. In some places, the beans were burned outright, smoke rising to heaven, souls carried with it, or at least the hope that they'd stop knocking over amphorae in the middle of the night. What's fascinating is how beans became a bridge, again, not just between life and death, but between family and spirit, between memory and presence. They weren't just symbolic, they were active agents in the ongoing relationship with the dead. And of course, not everyone followed the same bean protocol. Some mystery cults used beans in purification rites before the funeral. Others avoided them entirely, believing that any contact with legumes tainted the ritual space. It's like inviting someone to a wake and then banning the potato salad because it might summon a ghost. Niche, but it happened. There's even record of a curse tablet found in a grave, written in lead, that specifically mentioned beans, something about souls trapped in the pot. Historians are still squinting at it, trying to translate whether it's a warning, a ritual recipe, or an ancient Yelp review for a necromancer's cooking. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, beans showed up in quieter ways. Mothers would sometimes cook beans after a miscarriage or stillbirth, leaving them in the hearth as an offering to Hecate or Persephone, goddesses of the underworld. The dish wasn't meant to heal. It was meant to mark the passage, to say, we saw this soul. We honored its short visit. It's heavy and haunting, but strangely tender. And when you think about it, the logic fits. Beans grow from the dirt. So do bodies. Beans swell with water. So do lungs and eyes and grief. Beans are a perfect metaphor for life trying again. That's probably why they were so common at death feasts, because they weren't just about endings. They were about the possibility of return, of reincarnation, of someone you loved coming back someday in a new body or a new pod. Maybe you'd see them again. Maybe you'd plant something and feel them there, rooting beside you. It's no coincidence that Orphic cults believed the soul took 9 days to fully leave the earth. Same as the 9 days before the funeral bean dish. Same as the number of muses. Same as the months of pregnancy. The number 9 had weight. And beans, humble little protein grenades, carried that weight quietly. In a way, funeral beans were a kind of insurance. Cook them, offer them, don't eat them, and hope the dead stay dead, or at least stay polite. As you drift now, the bean field behind you begins to shimmer with warm lanterns. You see low tables laid out under the olive trees, each one with a steaming dish at the center. Not threatening, not eerie, just there, waiting, remembering. Maybe you pull up a cushion and sit beside one. You don't eat. You just keep company. With the souls, the seeds, and the slow, soft understanding that in the ancient world, food was never just food. It was ritual, language, memory. And tonight, it helps you sleep. Section 5. The feast fades, and so does the light. You find yourself wandering again, somewhere between grove and temple, a slow dream path under starlight. The moon is brighter now, almost unsettlingly so. It casts long shadows, beanstalks bending toward you like curious monks. And in the quiet, you hear a distant hum, low, pulsing, like wind through a cracked door. That door? It's to the underworld. And yes, tonight, we're opening it. Because to the ancient Greeks, beans weren't just food or funeral fare. They were something worse. They were thought to leak. Not in the gross soup way, but in the cosmic boundary way, as in certain plants, especially beans, were believed to ooze open the thin veil between the living and the dead. You're probably thinking, beans? Again? But stay with me. Greek cosmology wasn't just about Mount Olympus and angry thunder gods. It had layers, realms stacked like a spiritual lasagna. Earth in the middle, the heavens above, and below, Hades, a shadowy mirror of life where souls wandered and waited. Not punished, necessarily, just held. And somewhere in between, there were leaks, places, times, objects that thinned the veil. And that's where the beans come in. Ancient naturalists noticed something peculiar about bean plants, their roots, their growth, their smell, especially fava beans. When blooming, they give off a weird, almost meaty odor. Earthy, yes, but also fleshy, like a perfume made by a ghost with bad taste. That smell made people nervous. It's not surprising, then, that many believed bean patches were spots where the underworld bled upward. They were soft places, not evil, necessarily, but unstable, like a drain where spirits might seep through. Like a cracked mirror in your bathroom that sometimes reflects people who aren't there. Some even claimed that walking through a field of flowering beans at night could cause hallucinations, or dreams you didn't choose. Others swore that ghosts could ride the wind from those fields, drifting into homes on soft legs of bean-scented fog. Which sounds ridiculous, until you realize that most ancient temples banned beans entirely from their grounds. Not just from meals, from the soil. No planting, no growing, no stews simmering in the priest's kitchen. They were banned not because they were dirty or common, but because they were considered spiritually radioactive, too porous, too unpredictable. The divine didn't want the noise. And the noise? That might have been real. Pythagoreans, mystery cults, and rural farmers all had overlapping bean stories. People hearing whispers from the soil. People digging up roots and finding more than roots. People sleeping in bean fields and waking up remembering things that had never happened to them or hadn't happened yet. Historians still argue whether this was due to superstition, naturally occurring gases, or just one guy with a very overactive imagination and poor digestion. But the stories spread. Here's one. A man falls asleep beside his bean plot during Anthesteria. He dreams of a woman who looks like his grandmother, but younger, glowing. She speaks to him in a language he doesn't recognize. When he wakes, the words are still in his head. He writes them down. 2 days later, lightning strikes the field. The beans are fine. His house burns. Coincidence? Another tale. A young boy sneaks into a sacred garden to steal food. He picks a handful of fava pods, cracks one open, and finds a tiny tooth inside, not a seed. A tooth. He never eats beans again. Whether these tales were warnings or just parables about not being greedy, the message stuck. Beans were risky, and the places they grew were riskier. People began to treat bean fields like thresholds, not just boundaries, but liminal spaces, where rules wobbled, where identities blurred, where you could walk in one person and walk out someone else. And in Greek thought, liminal meant dangerous. Think crossroads, caves, doors, twilight, midnight, the 9th day after death, the last hour before sunrise. All of them were times and places when the world tilted, when souls could slip between cracks. And what better symbol of that than a plant that lived underground and above, that fermented easily, that smelled like breath and rot? It's no wonder that even the gods had bean-related limits. Hecate, goddess of witchcraft and crossroads, was sometimes offered beans as part of her night rites, but even she, mysterious and powerful, was thought to only accept them, never consume. You offered beans at her shrines, the way you might place coins on a train track, not because you expected thanks, but because you didn't want anything coming back at you angry. There's even evidence that certain cults believed beans could store voices, that if you whispered into a pot of boiling fava, the words might linger, might echo, might find a soul in the steam and ride it into the next world. So yes, smelly little legumes, but also portals, containers, microphones for the dead. Tonight, as your breathing slows, think of the smell of earth after rain. Think of it clinging to the edge of an open window. That's how they imagined it. The underworld pressing gently against the seams of your world, waiting for something, someone, to leave the window cracked. And all it took to invite that press was planting the wrong thing. A row of beans, a warm dish, an open door. But don't worry, you haven't planted anything. You haven't offered. You're just listening, just drifting. Let the smell of ancient soil curl around you. Let the whisper in the beans slip back underground. You're safe here, for now. Section 6. You don't know how long you've been here now, wandering the liminal spaces where history and sleep overlap. The air is thick with possibility. The bean field is behind you, but the feeling hasn't left. It lingers in the breath, in the soil, in the way the stars seem to blink more slowly, like someone is watching from behind them. And now you find yourself in a shadowy stone hall, part temple, part library, part nursery. It's dimly lit by oil lamps. You hear the scribble of a reed pen on parchment. Shelves lined with scrolls are stacked beside jars filled with seeds. And in the center of the room is a table. On it, a single fava bean, split open to reveal something unsettling. A tiny, curled figure. Not a seed. Not a sprout. A human form. You lean in closer, the arms, the faint ridges where eyes might be, the bend of a miniature spine, and you realize, to your growing discomfort, that this isn't just weird ancient decor. It's a diagram. This, my friend, is the ancient Greek version of the soul in a pod theory. Yes, you heard that right. For some Greek thinkers, especially those orbiting Pythagorean and Orphic circles, beans weren't simply metaphorical vessels for the soul, they were literal ones. Like nature's storage lockers for reincarnation. Tidy, self-contained, nutrient-dense, and occasionally terrifying. The idea stemmed from a very simple, very ancient kind of logic. If something grows life, it must contain life. Watch a bean sprout sometime. It pushes out roots and shoots with eerie similarity to how limbs develop in the womb. Long before microscopes, this was enough for ancient observers to draw some bold conclusions. The curved embryo in the seed? Clearly a person. The fact that beans could be stored and planted later. Proof that souls could wait. Rest. Be reborn in time. And if you opened a pod too early? Well, you interrupted the process. You tampered with rebirth. You might have eaten a soul in progress. No take-backsies. This wasn't just the ravings of one or two mystical farmers. Some early Greek philosophers toyed with this notion too, especially those influenced by Orphic traditions, which taught that the soul was eternal, divine, and prone to getting lost in the cycle of material life. To the Orphics, the world was full of traps for the soul. Flesh, wine, loud music, bad poetry, beans. All things that might confuse or ensnare the divine spark within you. The beans were especially suspect because they looked like they were trying to make life, imperfectly, mockingly, as if the earth itself was playing at being a womb. Some cults even claimed that if you ate a bean during certain moon phases, you might accidentally take a wandering soul into your own body, which, depending on your worldview, is either tragic or awkwardly crowded. Historians still argue whether this belief ever made it into mainstream Greek thought, or if it was more of a fringe cult belief, like those weird modern theories that pigeons are government drones. But we do know that depictions of beans in ancient art often feature strange humanoid shapes, little limbs, faces, curled fetal figures. Coincidence? Artistic license? Or a society tiptoeing toward a bizarre but sincere theory of how life regenerates? Here's something extra odd. Ancient texts describe how some people would talk to beans. Not in the "hey, little buddy" way you do when cooking alone, but as a genuine act of reverence. Prayers were whispered to them, requests for fertility, for guidance, for dreams. Sometimes they'd be planted with a hair from the head of a deceased loved one. The idea that the soul would return, growing anew in the body of the plant, waiting to be reborn into a new human. In this model, the bean wasn't just a food. It was a portal and a vessel, a womb and a tomb, all rolled into one. You feel the weight of that now, sitting in this dreamlike temple. The air smells of old parchment, oil, and sprouted seeds. You reach out to touch the diagram, and it feels warm, not like paper, like skin. You pull your hand back. Maybe it's the oil lamp playing tricks on you. Or maybe this isn't just a metaphor anymore. The truth is, the ancients blurred the lines between biology, magic, and myth. They didn't need ultrasounds to believe in spiritual embryos. They just needed to look into the dirt. And honestly, it kind of makes sense. In a world where human remains were buried in fields, where ancestors fed the land with their bodies, why wouldn't people imagine those souls circling back? Through stalks, through roots, through pods. There's a beauty to it, if you can get past the creepiness. A soft promise of return. Still, it wasn't all peaceful. Some warned of cursed beans, those grown in bloodied soil or during eclipses. Beans that gave birth to wrong souls. Souls that came back twisted, bitter, hungry. You didn't plant those. You burned them. Others said certain families carried bean curses, ancestors trapped in an endless loop of pod to human to pod, never escaping the cycle. It sounds absurd, but if you just buried someone you loved, wouldn't you be tempted to believe they weren't really gone? Wouldn't you want to think they'd come back to you? Maybe in your garden? Tonight, as your eyes get heavier, picture a single bean on a shelf. Small, wrinkled, silent. But inside it, maybe, a heartbeat, a memory, a whisper of someone you almost remember. And as you sleep, it waits. Not to be eaten, but to be born. Section 7. There's a sudden shift in the air now, like someone cracked a window between centuries. The silence ripples. A gust passes through the temple halls, and the scent changes. You wrinkle your nose. It's unmistakable. Beans. Cooked. Overcooked. Maybe left out too long. But also, something else. Something darker. You turn a corner in this twilight dream of ancient Greece, and you're no longer in a temple or a garden. You're in a small kitchen. Clay pots bubble over fires. An old woman stirs one slowly, muttering under her breath. You don't understand the words, but the tone is sharp, almost apologetic. She lifts the lid. Steam wafts out, thick and pungent. And suddenly, it hits you. Flatulence. Yes, we've arrived. Tonight, we descend into the murky underbelly of history's strangest fear, where mysticism and bodily function collide. This, my friend, is the uncomfortable intersection of beans, digestion, and demonic possession. That's right. The ancient Greeks didn't just fear beans for their connection to the dead or their embryo-like seeds. They also feared what happened after you ate them. Because in their worldview, gas wasn't just embarrassing. It was spiritual. You shift uncomfortably at the thought. But back then, people believed your breath carried the soul, that your body's invisible emissions, sighs, yawns, sneezes, farts, were little soul vents, tiny exhalations of essence. And when you passed gas, you might be releasing a spirit, or worse, inviting one in. This belief wasn't isolated to Greece. It echoed across the ancient world. But the Greeks, ever the philosophers, really leaned into it. They noted how beans, especially fava and lupini, seemed to create more gas than other foods. And they concluded, with the confident logic of the pre-scientific mind, that something must be happening inside, something supernatural. Some claimed it was the soul escaping, pushed out by the fermenting bean. Others argued it was a demon, a lesser spirit, trying to enter the body through the digestive tract. And the more beans you ate, the more portals you opened. You're laughing now, or at least smirking under the covers. But imagine living in a world where every meal could be a spiritual crisis, where that ominous rumble in your belly didn't mean you need a walk, but your great-uncle's ghost is trying to escape. And in a society that prized control of the mind, the body, the soul, beans were treacherous. They made your body unpredictable, noisy, smelly, vulnerable. Imagine being a priest in training, deep in meditative silence, and suddenly letting one rip. It wasn't just embarrassing. It could be interpreted as a sign, a bad omen, a soul too weak to hold its own boundaries. There's a story, probably apocryphal, but let's not spoil the fun, of a young initiate in a mystery cult who broke wind during a sacred rite. The priest froze. The air went cold. They canceled the ritual. Why? Because it meant the veil was thin. Because something had passed through. Historians still argue whether these stories reflect real belief or are simply exaggerated by later writers to make fun of these mystical cults. But references to digestive spiritual crossover do appear in more serious philosophical texts, especially ones dealing with body purity. Pythagoras, again, naturally, comes up in this conversation. He believed deeply in moderation and balance. And a noisy gut? That was disharmony. It meant you'd taken in something incompatible with the soul's rhythm, something chaotic. And nothing made you gassier than beans, which meant beans weren't just bad for your stomach. They were bad for your aura. Some schools taught that if you lost control of your digestion, you risked confusing your soul's alignment. That gas displaced it, distorted it, like trying to tune a harp underwater. The soul would get bubbled, and you'd lose access to clarity, to truth. Honestly, it's kind of beautiful, in a deeply weird way. There were even countermeasures, techniques. Some believed you could counteract bean-induced spirit dissonance by sleeping with certain herbs, thyme, dill, crushed bay leaves, placed under the pillow. Others burned olive pits while cooking beans to cleanse the dish of its more vocal properties. Still others gave up beans entirely, fearing not just soul leakage, but madness. Yes, beans were once believed to cause literal insanity. In Hippocratic medicine, there's a note that beans could cloud the mind, especially if consumed in excess or under certain planetary alignments. They'd cause confusion, fits, dreams full of strangers. So if you screamed at the moon after a plate of lentils, you weren't crazy. You were simply spiritually bloated. And it wasn't just noise and madness. Some blamed beans for causing seizures. There are theories that the fava beans' connection to the disease came from favism, a real genetic condition causing hemolytic anemia in certain people of Mediterranean descent. But without modern diagnostics, the results looked like sudden divine punishment or possession. People collapsing after a meal, eyes rolling, body convulsing. Clearly, the soul was at war with itself. So, to be safe, many families instituted rules. No beans before temple visits. No beans after funerals. No beans on festival nights. Children were taught to greet boiling pots with a sign of protection, just in case. You're imagining it now, aren't you? A family gathered around a fire, the pot bubbling, steam curling, Grandma making the sign of Hecate over the lid, and everyone eating slowly, carefully, listening to each other and to their own bodies. A single burp, and someone crosses themselves, just in case. Tonight, as you nest deeper into your covers, your belly soft and silent, feel the absurd wisdom of it all. That your body is a house with many doors. That even a quiet meal can echo across plains. That ancient people, in all their strangeness, sometimes understood better than we do the mystery of being alive and having beans for dinner. Sleep easy, but maybe skip the chili tomorrow. Section 8. The air has cooled again. You walk now along a cliffside path, the Aegean Sea black and infinite beside you. The stars are out in force, glittering above like 1,000 eyes that never blink. And as you crest a low rise, the ground beneath your feet changes. White stones, a courtyard, and ahead, torchlight flickers from within a small circular structure ringed with standing stones and painted walls. Murals shimmer in the firelight. Spirals, celestial diagrams, strange gods half plant, half human. Welcome to the circle of the Orphic cults, where beans weren't just feared. They were cosmic. The Orphics were mystics, followers of the mythical Orpheus, poet and musician who descended into the underworld and lived to sing about it. These weren't toga-wearing party Greeks. These were quiet, robe-clad seekers, whispering verses and scribbling secret truths into scrolls meant only for initiates. And according to some fragments, they believed that everything in the cosmos was encoded with divine math. Yes, everything, especially beans. Wait, what? Let's take a deep breath together. The Orphics, and those inspired by them, taught that the universe itself was composed of cycles: birth, death, rebirth. Up, down, return. They believed in reincarnation, in purification through knowledge, and in a universe that spoke in numbers and forms. Sound familiar? It should, because Pythagoras, yes, our old bean-phobic triangle bro, was deeply influenced by Orphic thought. Some even say he borrowed most of it and just added math homework. So where do beans come in? Right in the center, oddly enough. The Orphics saw seeds as divine blueprints. Contained within them, they believed, were the patterns of the cosmos, the spirals of shells, the orbits of stars, the arc of a bird in flight. And beans? Beans were overachievers. They weren't just food. They were harmonic pods, tiny edible universes that mirrored the soul's journey. It sounds ludicrous, until you realize this is the same culture that revered snail shells and pine cones for the golden ratio. To them, the humble bean, its symmetry, its softness, its growth from decay, was a perfect metaphor for everything holy. But some Orphic writings go deeper. There are whispers of beans being used in initiation ceremonies, not eaten, but held, meditated on, passed between initiates during sacred nights. You didn't consume them. You contemplated them. You sat in darkness, a single bean in your palm, and tried to feel the shape of the universe in its smooth skin. It might sound like spiritual broccoli therapy, But to the Orphics, it was profound. And then there was divination. Yes, fortune-telling with beans. Some Orphic-adjacent groups believed beans could answer questions, like a spiritual magic 8-ball, only quieter. You'd take a handful of beans, usually white and black, and cast them onto a sacred cloth. The patterns they formed were read by a trained mystes, a seer. 3 black beans in a row? Delay your journey. A circle of 5 whites? Safe passage. Historians still debate whether this was purely symbolic or if people genuinely believed the beans knew the future. But records suggest that decisions, serious ones, were made based on bean casts. Marriages, travel, lawsuits. And it wasn't just chance. Practitioners believed the bean responded to the energy of the questioner. The soul's vibration pulled the pattern into being. Spiritual resonance via legumes. Of course, most of these texts are lost. What survives are fragments, references in the writings of skeptics, and half-preserved hymns scratched into lead tablets, buried with the dead. But even these whispers point to a worldview where beans were sacred, not just because of what they did, but because of what they meant. They were small enough to hold, but big enough to mirror the universe. Now imagine being a young initiate in one of these mystery cults. You sit cross-legged in a dark room, hooded figures chanting slowly around you. A priestess places a single broad bean in your palm and whispers, "Within this is the pattern of your life. Hold it, know it, release it." And you do. You feel the warmth of the bean. You feel it pulse. Is it your heartbeat or something else? You don't know. That's the point. And then there were the cosmic meals, ritual feasts held during solstices and equinoxes, where the faithful shared symbolic foods: barley for earth, wine for blood, honey for divine joy, and beans for the cycle. They were never eaten lightly, always accompanied by prayer, always prepared with reverence, boiled in specific ways, sometimes under moonlight, stirred clockwise only, salted by hand. It wasn't about taste. It was about tuning the soul. And if someone fell ill after eating, that wasn't food poisoning. That was a cleansing, a purge, the soul sloughing off unwanted baggage. One bean, one breath, one lifetime, again and again. Some records even suggest that in higher levels of initiation, acolytes would bury a single bean beneath their sleeping place for 9 nights. On the 10th morning, they'd dig it up. If it had sprouted, they were ready. If it hadn't, they were not. The bean, they said, answered with its body. And while mainstream Greeks laughed or scoffed or gagged into their lentil soup, the Orphics kept their faith. Because to them, to be born is to forget. To remember is to wake up. And a bean is a whisper, a seed, a key. Tonight, as your eyelids drift toward half-closed, imagine holding that soft, oval pod in your hand. Not to eat, just to feel. To remember the shape of the world, curled quietly inside something so ordinary. Let the chant fade. Let the warmth settle. You're safe. The universe is small enough to hold, and it hums, just like a bean in bloom. Section 9. The chanting fades. The torchlight dims. You're walking again, barefoot now on cool, damp stones. You pass beneath a carved lintel, symbols etched deep into the marble. Triangles, stars, a lone pod with something swirled inside it. You emerge into a star-lit courtyard where a group of solemn figures sit cross-legged around a fire. No words, just presence. And in front of each person, a plate, flatbread, olives, water, and no beans. This isn't a coincidence. You've stepped into the inner circle of the Pythagorean diet police. These weren't your everyday philosophers sipping wine and tossing clever insults over cheese platters. These were full-blown spiritual minimalists, led by their leader. Yes, him again, Pythagoras. And when it came to beans, they were militant. We've touched on it before, how Pythagoras banned beans from his followers' plates. But this wasn't some casual, no thanks, I'm gluten-free kind of thing. It was a strict, soul-binding commandment. To break it was to defile your spirit. To even touch a bean was suspect. And to eat one? Well, you might as well light your soul on fire and serve it with hummus. The Pythagorean movement wasn't just about numbers and harmony. It was a way of life, a code of conduct, a daily practice, a kind of philosophical monasticism. Think of it as a spiritual startup with very intense onboarding. You didn't just join, you submitted. And one of the most sacred rules? No beans. Ever. Let's get into the mechanics. Pythagoreans believed in the transmigration of souls, the idea that your essence, your consciousness, your whole you-ness, was reborn again and again in different bodies. Human, animal, maybe even vegetable. And because the cycle was messy, unpredictable, and tied to purity, they developed rules to protect the soul's progress. Eating meat was forbidden, of course. But beans? Beans were more dangerous, because they weren't just flesh-like. They were liminal. They looked like embryos. They fermented like flesh. They bloated the body. They made you noisy, unsettled, spiritually porous. The Pythagoreans saw beans as little soul houses, temporary shelters for wandering spirits. To eat one was to commit accidental spirit murder. So their kitchens were legume-free zones. Their gardens had beanless rows. Some sects even required followers to undergo ritual cleansing if they'd eaten beans before joining, like a soul detox. And they weren't shy about enforcing the rule. Imagine being a young initiate at the Pythagorean school. You've memorized your geometries. You chant your harmonic intervals. You've just mastered the square root of 2. Then, one morning, the group leader sniffs the air and goes still. Did someone eat beans? The silence would be deafening. Maybe it was an honest mistake. Maybe your uncle snuck them into the stew. Doesn't matter. You're now on spiritual probation. There's even a rumored punishment ritual, the circle of regret. You stand in the center. The others chant prime numbers. You must recite harmonic ratios while balancing a bowl of clean water. If you spill it, you start over. Okay, maybe I made that one up, but you can't deny. It feels plausible, right? Historians still argue whether the bean taboo was universal across all Pythagoreans. Some suggest it was only a later addition. Others think it was misunderstood by outsiders and exaggerated. A few argue that Pythagoras never said no beans at all, that he was misquoted by later moralists who just really, really didn't like legumes. But enough records mention it to suggest the taboo was real, at least for some. In fact, one ancient biographer claimed Pythagoras himself died because of this rule. He was being chased by soldiers, by a mob, by fate, and reached a bean field, a vast patch of sacred, untouchable ground. And instead of crossing it to escape, he stopped, refused to trample it, refused to violate the taboo. And so, he was caught and killed. Now, whether this is true or just poetic storytelling is anyone's guess. Historians, of course, debate it. Some say it was a metaphor, that the field represented compromise, and Pythagoras died a martyr to principle. Others suggest the story was satire, poking fun at his strictness. But real or not, the tale has weight. Because it shows how deeply embedded this rule was in Pythagorean identity. And it wasn't just about soul stuff. It was about order. The Pythagoreans were obsessed with symmetry, harmony, and cosmic math. Beans were unpredictable, unruly. You plant one, and it doesn't just grow, it bursts. It tangles. It ferments. It swells with water and fizzes in the pot. In short, beans were chaotic. And to a movement built on harmony, chaos was the enemy. They even structured their meals with mathematical precision. Portions had to be balanced, colors symmetrical, sounds muted. Chewing was to be done mindfully, at a rhythm. Imagine a dining room where everyone is chewing in 4/4 time, forks tapping in iambic pentameter, and no one dares burp without calculating the decibel ratio. Beans had no place in that world, and neither did you. If you disagreed, you might have been expelled, exiled, or, if you were lucky, reassigned to potato duty. And so, Pythagorean followers tiptoed through life with the weight of reincarnation pressing down on their bowls. Every bite mattered. Every food choice shaped the soul's journey. Tonight, as you rest, picture a quiet dining hall under the stars, simple foods on ceramic plates, the soft whisper of the sea in the distance, and a single empty bowl pushed to the edge of the table, left clean, untouched, because beans are not welcome here. And the soul, it's listening. Section 10. The bowl sits there, empty, untouched. And you walk past it now, through an archway of carved marble columns, into a dim corridor lined with silence. The kind of silence that feels tense, like someone just whispered and then froze. Like the air itself is waiting. You've entered the realm of the great bean taboo. Not a single taboo, mind you, but an entire network of them, interlocking, evolving, rippling across ancient Mediterranean cultures like a low-grade spiritual allergy. Beans weren't just frowned upon. They were forbidden. And not just by Pythagoras and his mathematically inclined food police. This thing spread through whispers, through rituals, through entire societies. So let's zoom out a little. You're no longer just wandering through Greece. You're in a broader world now, the ancient Mediterranean, where beliefs and fears about beans traveled faster than boats. In certain regions, especially in southern Italy, you'd find people refusing to grow fava beans anywhere near their homes, not because of allergies or soil issues, but because they believed the plant would draw spirits to the threshold. The ghost problem again. And in parts of North Africa, beans were sometimes buried alongside the dead, not as offerings, but as containment, as if the pods could trap lingering spirits and stop them from haunting the living. Even in Etruria, that enigmatic pre-Roman civilization in Italy, tombs have been found with painted warnings that may reference bean plants, often coupled with images of spirits. One fragment of a funeral urn shows what looks suspiciously like a hand reaching from a bean pod. Coincidence? Sure. But weird? Definitely. Historians still debate the meaning of these images, of course. Were beans really considered portals? Were they symbolic of the afterlife? Or are modern scholars projecting too much onto every legume-shaped artifact? No one knows for sure. But what's clear is that by the 5th century BCE, the fear had traction. Even in more mainstream Greek households, there were rules. No beans during lunar eclipses, no beans at weddings, no beans when someone was giving birth, no beans during certain holidays, particularly when gods of death or chaos were being honored. It's a wonder anyone got to enjoy a proper stew. And then, of course, you had the political taboos. Remember how voting with beans was a thing? In some Greek city-states, especially smaller ones, citizens would cast votes using white and black beans. One color for yes, one for no. A secret drop into a sealed jar. Very democratic. But here's the kicker. Some people refused to vote for spiritual reasons, because to touch a bean was to touch a soul, which meant that every vote carried weight beyond politics. You weren't just expressing your civic opinion. You were meddling with spirits. You can imagine the debates. One guy arguing about tax reforms, the other guy sweating because he just dropped what he believes is his grandfather into the no jar. Civic duty. Meet metaphysical dread. Some religious groups even declared polling jars to be spiritually contaminated after a vote. Priests would burn incense over them. Some cities buried the beans afterward. Others smashed the jars entirely and started fresh next time. Democracy has never been so delicate, and the taboo crept into the language too. In Athenian slang, the phrase, "he spilled the beans," wasn't just about gossip. It could mean he broke the boundary, a subtle reference to revealing something sacred or forbidden. The phrase might have originated from actual mystery cult initiates, exposing rituals that involved, beans. Which means that next time you say, "spill the beans," you're technically invoking a millennia-old spiritual crime. You rebel, you. There's even a recorded case of a priest being exiled from his city after it was discovered that he had, gasp, eaten a lentil soup during a period of mourning. The accusation? Breaking sacred silence. That might seem extreme, until you realize that for some, beans were not only taboo, they were vessels of disorder. Order in the ancient world was everything. Ritual, timing, symmetry, seasons. Beans, they grew too quickly, sprouted unpredictably. Their flowers smelled strange. They fermented into thick, foamy masses. They burst if you didn't cook them properly. They were hard to control, and the ancients didn't like what they couldn't control. So rules piled up. No beans on sacred ground. No beans inside temples. No beans prepared by certain hands. No beans offered to certain gods. No beans touched on certain days. And of course, the ultimate taboo: no beans during funerals, unless explicitly permitted by a priest. Otherwise, you risked confusing the soul of the deceased. Or worse, someone else's soul might take the opportunity to jump in while the doors were open. Weirdly bureaucratic for something involving the supernatural, right? But that's how the ancients worked. Keep the rules, or risk the rift. Tonight, as you breathe a little slower, think of the way these taboos crept through time, unspoken, half-remembered, passed from grandmother to child, not as facts, but as feelings. Don't eat that today. Not during a storm. Just wait until tomorrow. Little murmurs of memory, ghosts of rules that once carried the weight of life, death, and the afterlife. And maybe, as your dreams begin to float in, you'll find yourself back in one of those homes. Low ceilings, clay walls, the scent of time and fear in the air. And on the table, a bowl, covered, because no one dares lift the lid. Not tonight. Section 11. The room is quiet now, heavy with unsaid things. You're still seated at the low table, that covered bowl in front of you, steam rising from beneath the lid like it wants out. But you don't lift it. You don't need to. Because the story you're about to hear, it's not about what's in the bowl. It's about what happens when someone chooses not to step into a bean field. Tonight, we follow the legend of a man who may, or may not, have died for legumes. This is the tale of political murder by legume. Yes, you heard that right. Our star? Pythagoras. Again, he keeps showing up, doesn't he? By this point in the dream, you know him well. Robe-wrapped philosopher, triangle enthusiast, bean phobe. But now we're nearing the end of his life, or at least one version of it. Because as with all good myths, the details get fuzzy. But the bean part? That stays. Here's how it goes. Pythagoras had made enemies. Maybe because of his ideas. Maybe because of his influence. Maybe because he told too many people to stop eating souvlaki and start worshipping numbers. Whatever the reason, a group of political rivals, or possibly a mob of angry townsfolk, decided to take him down. They lit fires. They stormed the school. The Pythagoreans scattered. Some say Pythagoras fled with a handful of his most devoted students. They ran through the countryside, through olive groves and darkened paths, until they reached the edge of a field. But not just any field, a bean field. The others hesitated. Pythagoras stopped. He looked across the rows, ripe, swaying, glowing pale under moonlight. And he refused. He would not enter. Because to step on those plants would be to violate the most sacred law he held. Do not harm the bean. The others pleaded. Some ran ahead. Pythagoras remained. The pursuers caught him, and he died, quietly, honorably, on the edge of a legume patch. Now, let's pause for a second. Because this story, it has layers. Historians, of course, still argue about whether this ever happened. Some say it was invented centuries later by critics who wanted to mock Pythagoras' weirdness. Others claim it was symbolic, a parable of standing by your principles, even in death. But the fact that this story survived and became central to his mythology says something. It says that the bean taboo was deeply associated with him, and that dying for it, however absurd, was seen as almost noble. And let's not forget the dramatic irony. The man who mapped the cosmos with math, who taught about immortal souls and harmony, meets his end not in a classroom, not by a rival's blade alone, but by his refusal to step on plants that might contain reincarnated souls. It's almost poetic, or ridiculous, or both. Some versions of the story offer even wilder twists. In one, Pythagoras does cross the field, but halfway through he collapses, overcome by spiritual nausea. The souls of the beans rise up around him, whispering secrets, asking questions, pulling at his thoughts until he sinks into the soil like a stone. In another, he dies not from violence, but from a crisis of conscience. He sees the field, understands that to cross it would be to betray everything he's taught. And he simply sits down, closes his eyes, and lets the wind take him. Still another version, more cynical, has him tricked, lured into the field by someone who claims it's safe, that the beans are ceremonial. When he finds out, it's too late. The guilt, they say, kills him faster than the pursuers ever could. Whichever version you prefer, the message is the same. Beans mattered, not because they were tasty, not because they were rare, but because they were loaded with symbolic weight. Crossing that field wasn't just a shortcut. It was a spiritual choice, a cosmic gamble. And Pythagoras, bean-banning math wizard that he was, refused to bet against the soul. This tale became legendary, quoted by later philosophers, playwrights, even early Christian writers who admired Pythagoras' self-discipline, if not his strict anti-legume agenda. The image of a man choosing death over a single step on a bean? Irresistible. It's the kind of thing that lingers, like a ghost, or a slow-cooked fava. Tonight, as you imagine him standing there, alone at the field's edge, think about what it means to draw a line, to say, this far, no further, and to mean it, even when it makes no sense to anyone else, even when it means dying with your sandals in the dirt and your eyes on the stars. Maybe it wasn't about the beans at all. Maybe it was about conviction. Or maybe it really was about beans. Honestly, with Pythagoras, probably both. So you let your breath slow. The wind rustles soft across the crops. Somewhere, far off, the faint thud of sandals running through soil. But not yours. You stay still. You honor the pod. You keep the vow. Section 12. You're not sure when you crossed into the city. One moment, you were standing at the edge of the field, feet planted like Pythagoras, staring into rows of danger and destiny. And now? Now it's stone streets under your feet, narrow alleys, a flickering torch against a red wall, a dog barking somewhere in the distance, and to your left, a doorway, half open. You step inside, and suddenly you're in Rome, not the shiny, imperial, marble, and eagle Rome from movies. No, this is late-night Rome. Sticky air, oil lamps guttering. Somewhere, someone is drunk and singing off-key. And inside this house? Shame. Specifically, bean shame. Because even the mighty Romans, masters of engineering, conquerors of continents, wearers of very short skirts, had complicated feelings about beans. You see, They didn't exactly inherit the Greek bean terror wholesale, but they definitely absorbed it, adapted it, whispered about it at parties, practiced midnight rituals when no one was looking. And the result? A weird blend of public indifference and private paranoia. Let's start with what we know. Beans were absolutely part of the Roman diet, especially for the poor. They were cheap, filling, easy to store. The Roman legume of choice was the faba, or broad bean, same one Pythagoras avoided like spiritual poison. Roman farmers grew them in bulk. Cooks turned them into pastes. Soldiers boiled them in portable pots while marching into yet another barbarian war. But behind the scenes, beans got weird because, despite their ubiquity, certain Roman priests refused to touch them. Chief among them were the flamines, especially the flamandialis, the high priest of Jupiter. This guy had rules, so many rules. He couldn't ride a horse, couldn't touch raw meat, couldn't even see a corpse, and, get ready, he couldn't touch or even name a bean. That's right, not even say the word. You try going through life dodging lentil talk like it's Voldemort. Some scholars think this was borrowed from Greek tradition. Others say it was rooted in old Roman religion. Still others think it had to do with beans' uncanny ability to swell and split, mimicking transformation, birth, even death. Things considered too spiritually hot for a sacred office. And then there's the rituals. Take the Lemuria, a Roman festival dedicated to banishing restless spirits from the home, held in May, which, by the way, is probably why you're not supposed to get married in May. Bad spirit juju. It involved the family patriarch doing something rather unusual. At midnight, barefoot, he'd walk through the house. No lights, no noise. And in his mouth, a mouthful of black beans, not to chew, not to eat, to spit, one at a time. 9 beans, each tossed over his shoulder, accompanied by the phrase, "With these I redeem me and mine." He'd say it 9 times, spit 9 beans, never look back, because looking back, that's how you see the spirits following you. And no one wanted that. Historians still argue whether the beans were meant to feed the ghosts or trick them into leaving. Either way, the message was clear. Beans were not just food. They were tools in the war between the living and the dead. And not everyone approved. There's a satirical poem by Horace that pokes fun at people who still practiced these rites, sneaking around, whispering Latin incantations over legume bowls like it was normal behavior. He rolls his eyes, in poetic form, and basically says, "We're Romans, not haunted bean farmers." But even he couldn't deny it. The fear persisted. People used beans in curses, in love potions, in spells. A 2nd century recipe for a love charm involves boiling broad beans, whispering the name of your beloved into the steam, and then tossing the beans into a river at midnight while naked. Yes, naked. It's Rome. Were you expecting pants? There were also taboos about who could handle beans. Some believed pregnant women shouldn't eat them at all, that they might cause twins, or birthmarks, or spiritual confusion. Others thought that feeding beans to the sick was risky. If they died soon after, the blame might fall on the cook. Not because of poor seasoning, but because of spiritual poisoning. So yes, beans were food. But they were also uncanny, liminal, contaminated. And nowhere was this double standard more visible than in the Roman elite. By day, they mocked the superstitions. By night, they left out bowls. They whispered to shadows. They buried beans with the dead. And perhaps the most telling moment of all, they never served beans at funerals. Bread, wine, olives, yes. But beans? Never. Because even if you didn't believe, even if you scoffed at the rituals, even if you thought the whole thing was old wives' tales and Greek nonsense, you didn't want to risk inviting something back. Not from the field, not from the pot, not from the grave. So tonight, as you walk the Roman alleyways in your dream, you pass a doorway where a bowl rests in the moonlight. Black beans, carefully arranged. You don't touch it. You don't look back. Because whatever it's meant to keep out, it's listening. And maybe, just maybe, it remembers your name. Section 13. You keep walking. The alley twists and turns, ancient bricks pressing in around you, like a maze built by someone who hated straight lines. You emerge into a small square, moonlit and silent. In the center, a market stall, long abandoned. And on the table, a scatter of legumes. Not all beans are created equal. That's what tonight's tale is about. The bean caste system. Yes, even among legumes, some were sacred, some were suspect, and some were just plain unlucky. Welcome to the strange world of sacred beans versus profane peas. You crouch near the stall. Clay jars lay open, some cracked from age. Inside one, fava beans, the usual suspects. Next to them, lentils, dark and smooth. And a third jar, chickpeas, those soft, round little troublemakers. Let's start at the top of the legume hierarchy. Fava beans, or Vicia faba, were the big players in this mythological mess. They were the ones most often feared, most frequently banned, and most commonly associated with the soul. Their size, larger than most. Their texture, fleshy. Their smell, earthy and vaguely mortuary. Everything about them screamed not just food. And so, across cultures, they were treated with reverence and caution. Offer them to the dead. Whisper over them. Avoid eye contact. In some rituals, people believed that if you stared too long at a raw fava, it would stare back, which sounds ridiculous, until you've made eye contact with one of those beans that split just right. You know the look. It's judging you. Then you had lentils. These were the middle-class mystics of the bean world. Not quite as feared as fava, but still spiritually loaded. Lentils were associated with mourning. In many Greek homes, they were the food of grief. You lose someone, you boil lentils. You eat in silence. In fact, eating anything but lentils during mourning could be seen as disrespectful, as if you were trying to drown out your sorrow with flavor. Lentils were modest, muted, a kind of edible dirge. But they were also believed to absorb energy. Some households placed bowls of lentils under beds during illness, hoping they'd soak up the sickness. Once a week, the lentils were buried outside the city. You don't want to eat those. Then there were chickpeas, sweet little garbanzos. You'd think they'd be innocent. But no. Chickpeas were tricksters. Not as feared as fava, not as solemn as lentils, but still surrounded by quiet suspicion. They popped when roasted, cracked in the pot, moved without warning. To some, this behavior felt alive. One old folk tale tells of a woman who left a bowl of chickpeas on her windowsill overnight. In the morning, they were gone. She blamed the neighbor's dog. That night, the dog was found dead. Coincidence? No one wanted to test it. Some cults used chickpeas in love magic. Hold one in your mouth during a kiss, and the other person would never forget you, or possibly become very confused about why you were kissing them while chewing a legume. Either way, it was potent. But not all legumes got the spotlight. Peas, for example, were mostly ignored. Too soft, too bland, too low on the spiritual spice meter. They were food, just food. No one feared them. No one prayed over them, which made them, ironically, the safest to eat. Lupins, on the other hand, were wild cards. These bitter beans required soaking and special preparation. Some believed they were sacred to Demeter, goddess of the harvest. Others thought they induced visions, especially when eaten raw. Bad idea, by the way. Still others said lupins could trap spirits. One charm involved circling a house with the dried lupin pods to keep out wandering dead. It's not the worst idea. They smell terrible. And then you had the mystery beans, those mentioned once in passing, then lost to time. A fragment of a play refers to the black ones that grow only in moonlight. No one's sure what that means. Probably just poetic flair. Or maybe there really was a secret bean with powers we can't begin to understand. Historians still debate the distinctions. Some say the categories were symbolic. Fava for death, lentils for grief, chickpeas for emotion. Others believe it was all practical. Certain beans spoiled faster or had more side effects. But many ancient texts blend the mystical with the mundane. One recipe scroll, found near Thebes, contains notes like, Fava, do not cook on eclipsed days. Lentils, stir only with a fig wood spoon. Chickpeas, ask their name before boiling. Yes, ask their name, because it was believed that some beans had souls that remembered, or maybe just one. Some whispered of a bean that could speak if cooked under the right moon. A single word, bubbling up through the steam. Not always a nice word, but a word nonetheless. So here you are, in a forgotten Roman market, surrounded by jars of forgotten fears. The moon is high, the shadows long. You reach toward the lentils, but stop. Because suddenly, this isn't just about hunger. It's about history, memory, reverence. You don't know which beans are safe. You only know that they're not the same. Not in shape, not in smell, and definitely not in spirit. Tonight, as you drift further into sleep, let your thoughts roll like dried beans across a tabletop. Feel the weight of ancient distinctions, the quiet sorting of sacred from profane. And tomorrow, when you look into your pantry, maybe give that chickpea can a second glance, just in case it blinks. Section 14. The marketplace fades behind you, its shadowy jars and whispering legumes swallowed by moonlight. You walk now along a narrow path, the kind worn smooth by centuries of sandals and secrets. To your right, a stone wall. To your left, a field where nothing grows, just wind and stillness. And then, a voice. Not loud, not angry, just there. You turn. There's no one, just a small patch of soil. And sticking out of it, a single stalk. And at its base, a bean pod. This isn't just another pod, though. This one's different, because this is the tale of the beans that heard you. Yes, you read that right. Tonight, we wade into the eeriest corner of ancient legume lore, the belief that beans were listening. Not metaphorically, literally. And what's worse, they remembered. You kneel beside the pod now, hand hovering just above it. And suddenly, you understand why ancient farmers kept their voices down when walking among the rows, why some prayed before they weeded, why children were taught never to insult a garden out loud, because the plants might be paying attention, especially the beans. Let's get into it. Among the many strange ideas passed around ancient Mediterranean cultures was the notion that certain plants could hear, not in a scientific vibration through tissue way. No, they believed plants absorbed intentions, feelings, words, and beans, with their strange shapes and swelling pods, were thought to be especially tuned in. Part of this belief came from their behavior. Beans respond quickly to care or neglect. They rot fast. They wither if ignored. They grow in erratic, almost human-like spurts. And when they dry, they rattle like bones. So people whispered. Some Orphic sects taught that when you planted a bean, you should tell it your purpose, not your crop yield, your inner truth, the emotion you wanted to release, the burden you hoped the plant would carry for you. Because the bean would listen, and when it sprouted, it would remember. There are stories of priests refusing to enter bean fields during certain times of the month, not because of taboos, but because the beans had heard too much. One tale, probably apocryphal, but deliciously creepy, tells of a man who confessed a crime in his garden, thinking himself alone. A few days later, his bean patch wilted. Only his. The rest of the village's crops were fine. Later that season, during a local harvest ritual, the beans were burned as part of the offering. And the smoke? It spelled a word. His name. Cue the dramatic lightning. More common, though, were ritual silences around beans. If a child was unruly, some grandmothers warned, "Careful, the plants are listening," which worked as both discipline and subtle shaming technique. In some rural regions, young lovers were warned not to whisper secrets near the fields, because beans had a tendency to repeat things in dreams. That's right, dreams. Some believed that if you slept too close to a bean patch, you might dream of things you hadn't told anyone. Private thoughts, regrets, confessions. And sometimes, those weren't your thoughts. They belonged to someone else who had spoken in that very garden. Someone long gone. That was the worst part, because beans didn't just listen. They collected, and in dreams, they released, like a whisper, caught in steam, or a memory trapped in soil. Historians still argue about where this belief came from. Some say it was just superstition, rural fear projected onto food. Others think it was symbolic. that beans absorbed emotion the way they absorbed water. But there are too many records to ignore. Too many references in plays, scrolls, even cooking texts that recommend never preparing beans when angry, because the beans would boil with bitterness. One lost cookbook fragment even includes this: "For a gentle stew, speak softly while the pot is heating. Do not quarrel near the flame. The bean hears all." Honestly, that's just good advice. But others took it further. Some mystery cults used listening beans as spiritual tools. They'd be placed in small clay jars, sealed with wax, and hidden beneath altars. Over time, the beans were said to absorb the aura of the space during important ceremonies. A few would be ground into powder and thrown into the fire, releasing years of stored energy in a burst of smoke. Some temples even had designated bean guardians, acolytes tasked with tending special patches where no one spoke. These mute fields were believed to produce the most powerful listening beans, only used for serious rituals, only harvested at night, and always with gloves. Even the Romans, skeptical as they were, had customs around this. In some households, beans were never cooked without first placing one pod aside, not to eat, but to listen during the meal. That bean would be buried afterward, carrying the evening's conversations into the earth, silent, faithful, forever. And if you think that's unsettling, imagine what it felt like to live it, to walk through your garden and wonder which pod had heard something it shouldn't, to boil a pot of soup and feel, for just a moment, like it's watching you back, to dream of a voice, not yours, not familiar, whispering from behind your teeth. So tonight, as you sink deeper into rest, imagine lying down beside the quiet soil. You feel the heartbeat of the earth, the slow stretch of roots, the distant, murmuring hum of legumes doing what they've done for thousands of years. Listening, waiting, growing, and remembering. Section 15. You've wandered deep now into a part of the dream that feels older than language, older than columns and robes and olive wreaths. The air thickens, not with smoke or wind, but with time itself, sticky, slow, untranslatable. And ahead, carved into the side of a sun-baked hill, is an entrance, not Greek, not Roman, Babylonian. Welcome to Babylon's bean-stained scrolls. Because while the Greeks might have had their taboos, and the Romans their midnight rituals, the oldest whispers about beans and souls may stretch back further, to the cradle of civilization itself. Let's take a walk through Mesopotamia, Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, the land between the rivers, where writing first scratched its way onto clay tablets, where ziggurats reached into smoky skies, where gods rode lions, and the stars were sacred text. And among the cuneiforms, pressed into baked mud by reeds and priests, beans. We don't talk about it much. Modern historians tend to focus on grain, barley, wheat, emmer, the stuff of bread and beer. But legumes show up too, often in strange, sideways references. They appear in temple offerings, in sacrificial menus, in chants, and sometimes in omens. You see, Babylonian priests were obsessed with reading signs, the liver of a sheep, the flight of birds, the shape of smoke, and yes, the behavior of boiling beans. If they floated too fast, a visitor was lying. If they clumped on one side of the pot, rain. If they made a ring of foam at the edge, a spirit was near. One surviving tablet, now in a museum storage vault somewhere, outlines a ritual known as the Nintu Murusu, literally, offering to the womb of the earth. It includes, in among the chants and blood sacrifices, a strange little instruction. Place the beans in the sacred fire. Do not speak. If they pop, the dead are listening. It's a small moment, easy to miss, but it's echoed again and again in other texts. Beans as thresholds, beans as signs, beans as instruments of presence. In some temples, beans were used like dice, not for games, but for divination, tossed onto a marked cloth, interpreted by trained priests known as baru. Their placement, vertical, horizontal, stacked, was believed to reflect the will of the gods. And not just any gods. Underworld gods. Nergal, Ereshkigal, deities of plague, of endings, of mystery. You didn't consult the beans lightly. You did it when your house was haunted, when crops failed, when dreams brought blood. There's even a record of one Babylonian king, possibly Nabonidus, sending an envoy to the temple of Sin, the moon god, not for military advice, not for drought relief, but for interpretation of bean omens received in a dream. What were the beans doing in the dream? Unclear. But whatever it was, it terrified him. And then there's the tale of the priest of clay, a story scratched into a school tablet used to train scribes. It tells of a young acolyte who disrespected the bean bowl in the temple kitchen, laughed at it, stirred it too hard, mocked the sacred silence. That night, the beans boiled over, not just the pot, the fire. Smoke filled the temple. He ran. The next day, his body was found face down in the irrigation canal. No marks, no wounds, only a trail of bean pods, dried and cracked, leading from the temple steps to the water. Coincidence? A morality tale? Training room fear tactic? Sure. But it worked. Babylon didn't have Pythagoras, but it had its own myths, and over time, as empires rose and fell, these Mesopotamian murmurs migrated east to Persia, west to Greece, south to Egypt. And like all good superstitions, they evolved, localized, put on new robes, got smarter. The Greeks might have dressed their beans in math and philosophy, but the core idea was the same. Beans were more than food. They were messages. They were thresholds. They were, quite possibly, watching. Tonight, as your mind drifts across the dry plains of memory and myth, think of the scribe, sitting cross-legged in the heat, stylus in hand, scratching symbols onto clay. Think of the way his fingers hovered before writing that part, the part about the beans, because even he paused, even he knew. Some stories aren't just read, they're listened to, and some listeners don't forget. Section 16. The desert wind softens now, curling around pillars half buried in sand. You leave Babylon behind, its cracked tablets and whispering smoke, and follow the Nile. Palm trees rise like slow dancers. The air smells of river mud, sun-warmed stone, and something faintly floral. You're in Egypt now. And tonight, it's not pharaohs or pyramids we're here for. It's something humbler, a bowl, placed reverently beside a linen-wrapped corpse. And inside that bowl, beans. Because while Greece gave us philosophy, and Rome gave us satire, Egypt gave us gods. And even the gods, it turns out, had opinions about legumes. Let's talk about Egyptian bean gods and afterlife snacks. First, the basics. Ancient Egyptians were big believers in the afterlife. You didn't just die, you transitioned. And to do that successfully, you needed supplies, jewelry, clothing, spells, a boat or two, and, sometimes, beans. They weren't as flashy as gold or as mystical as scarabs, but legumes appear repeatedly in funerary contexts, not always front and center, not shouted, but tucked quietly into corners, sealed in jars, left as offerings, especially to gods connected with rebirth. Take Osiris, Shka of the afterlife, agriculture, and resurrection. One hymn to him reads, "You rise again as barley in the fields, as the green shoot, the swelling pod. You are the breath beneath the husk." That swelling pod? Scholars believe it refers to fava beans, which were grown along the Nile long before they haunted Greek philosophers. Some tomb paintings even show what look like legume gardens, small patches of fertile land tended by spirit workers, producing eternal food for the soul. Because in Egypt, life was a cycle. Death wasn't an end. It was compost. Beans made sense. They swelled from dry seeds, split, birthed green shoots. They lived in the dirt, died, and came back again. Sound familiar? Some funerary spells instructed the dead to eat only pure things in the afterlife: bread, beer, fruit, and sometimes pulses, a general term for beans and lentils. Not daily staples, but transition food, the kind of thing you eat while becoming something else. And for the living, beans weren't always friendly. Certain priesthoods, especially those serving Ptah or Thoth, were forbidden from eating legumes during periods of ritual purity, just like the Pythagoreans. No one's sure if the Egyptians influenced the Greeks or vice versa, but the overlap is hard to ignore. One theory: the fermentation. Beans spoil fast in hot climates. They bubble. They smell strange. To priests striving for spiritual clarity, that wasn't just unpleasant. It was impure, spiritually noisy, too earthy. Another theory: dreams. Some records suggest that eating certain beans, especially lupins or raw lentils, could trigger vivid, sometimes prophetic dreams. Temple initiates were told to avoid them unless properly prepared. Because the gods, it seems, spoke through more than papyrus scrolls. They spoke through stews. And what about common people? They had their own beliefs. Some families placed bean amulets in cradles to protect newborns. Others buried dried legumes at the edge of their farms to ward off bad spirits. In one village near Thebes, archaeologists found a small clay bowl, buried upside down, with a single fava bean inside. No inscription, no context, just the bean, preserved for 3,000 years. No one knows why. But the theory? A protective charm, a soul catcher, something quiet and personal, passed from hand to hand before being tucked into the earth. And in dreams, the dreams. Egyptians recorded them meticulously. A papyrus known as the Dream Book includes dozens of interpretations. To dream of beans, growing, joy from the west. To eat beans, a message from a loved one. To spill beans, you will anger the gods. Sound familiar? Across time and language, the bean's reputation held steady. A little pod packed with something more than protein. Memory, mystery, movement between worlds. Which brings us to the final twist. Greek priests in Alexandria, a city where Egyptian and Greek culture merged, adopted some Egyptian funerary customs, including, it seems, the quiet placement of beans on altars during certain lunar phases. One record, written by a Greek-speaking Egyptian priest named Senamun, refers to the ritual of the moon pod, in which initiates offered a cooked seed from the Nile's shadow on the night of the full moon. Historians argue over the meaning. Was it literal? Was it metaphor? Was it lunch? No one can say. But tonight, in this quiet desert courtyard, it feels real. You sit beside a weathered shrine. Incense curls toward the stars. The Nile glimmers in the distance. And beside you, on a flat stone, a bowl of beans sits cooling in the moonlight. They're not scary, not threatening, just present. Remembering something you've almost forgotten. That life is a circle, that the body is soil, that even gods come back green. You breathe in. The scent is soft, earthy, familiar. You rest your head on warm stone, and somewhere in the back of your dream, Osiris smiles. Section 17. You rise from the warmth of the desert shrine and find yourself walking not along the Nile, but through polished marble streets. The smell of sand is gone, replaced by roasting meat, olive oil, and something faintly garlicky. Children run past, laughing, arms full of cloth-wrapped bundles. Street musicians strum lyres. And somewhere nearby, a crowd is gathering. A festival. But not one of pomp and tragedy. This is something different. Something bean-shaped. Welcome to the bizarre, joyful world of Athenian bean games. Yes, that's right. Games. With beans. You've made it this far through temples and tombs. Fear and flatulence. Whispers of souls and steaming stew. But now we get to the part the philosophers probably didn't want you to know. Ancient Greece also had fun with beans. Sometimes. Sort of. You see, for all their sacred associations, death, rebirth, reincarnation, beans also found their way into civic life. And the Athenians, they were masters of turning everything into a festival. One of the oddest examples, the festival of Anthesteria, which we've touched on before. While most of it focused on wine, ghosts, and spiritual purging, there was also a game played with, beans. Here's how it worked. During the final day of Anthesteria, known as chitroi, the pots, households across Athens would cook a massive stew of mixed grains and beans. This wasn't a party dish. It was an offering to the dead, a communal meal for spirits. But in the city center, kids got their own version. Children gathered with small bowls, each filled with black and white beans. Some were real. Some were painted wood. The goal? To blindly select the correct number of white beans without touching a black one. Why? Because white beans were lucky. Black beans? Not so much. The prize was symbolic. A garland, a sweet cake, maybe the honor of not being haunted that week. But the message was deeper. Life is chance. Death is nearby. Choose well, even in play. The Athenians were always doing this, blending the sacred and the silly. And the games didn't stop there. In another bean-based activity, part of the Adonia festival, honoring Adonis, women planted quick-growing beans and lentils in shallow pots. They'd water them daily, watch them sprout fast, then wither. The message? Beauty fades. Desire is temporary. Life is short. And beans? Beans are a metaphor you can touch. Some of these mini gardens were placed on rooftops. Others lined windowsills. And when the festival ended, the plants were ritually discarded. A sort of floral, thanks, but never again. In other cases, beans were used for social games, like assigning chores, making decisions, or choosing sacrificial victims in mock rituals. Draw a black bean? You sweep the courtyard. Draw two? You're the ghost in the next play. And speaking of plays, Greek comedies loved to mock bean fears. Playwrights like Aristophanes tossed in bean jokes the way modern sitcoms toss in coffee shops. One fragment refers to a man too afraid to eat his stew because he saw the face of his mother in a lentil. Was it a dig at Pythagoreans? Probably. But it also showed that people knew that the bean lore was widespread enough to make it into jokes. And jokes, as always, are how cultures process fear. But let's not forget, beans weren't just punchlines. They were tools. In Athenian courts, jurors were sometimes selected using bean lotteries. Citizens would drop a white or black bean into an urn, casting votes or determining guilt. No names, no speeches, just bean fate. Imagine facing a trial, knowing your future depends on what someone else pulls from a bag. And the drama didn't end there. In one preserved inscription, a woman named Diodora wrote that she left her family 12 white beans and 3 black ones to remind them of my judgment and my joy. Historians still don't agree on what that means. Was it a will? A riddle? A family game gone wrong? Who knows? But clearly, the symbolism had weight. In fact, there are ancient children's songs, half-remembered lines, etched into pottery and scratched into wax tablets, that mention bean counting as a way to ward off nightmares. The rhyme, translated loosely, goes 1 for sky, 2 for sea, 3 the bean that watches me, which is not something you want echoing in your head at bedtime. But the Athenians weren't trying to scare their kids. They were teaching them that life is layered, that death, fate, joy, and danger don't come in neat categories. And beans? Beans were the perfect symbol. They grew fast. They fed you. They bloated you. They haunted you. And sometimes they made you laugh. So tonight, as you tuck yourself in deeper, picture the agora at dusk. Market stalls closed, lamplight flickering, and a group of children seated in a circle, giggling as they pass a bowl of painted beans. One draws a black. The others gasp. He wails in pretend horror. They fall over, laughing. A lesson learned. A game played. A fear defanged. And somewhere, in the folds of myth and memory, a soul smiles. Because tonight, even beans get to play. Section 18. The children's laughter fades behind you, swallowed by stone and stars. You leave the agora, drifting past empty stalls and shuttered windows, following the glow of an oil lamp bobbing in the distance. It leads you, of course, to a temple, not grand and gold-covered like you'd expect. Smaller, more intimate, walls whitewashed and humming with quiet. Inside, incense burns. Someone is singing, a low, rhythmic chant that circles your spine like smoke. And in the center of the room, a table. Upon it, a simple cloth marked with symbols. And beside that, a bowl of beans. Tonight, you've arrived at one of the stranger intersections of ancient mysticism, bean divination in the temple. Yes, the Greeks used beans to speak with the gods. You settle cross-legged before the table. The priestess, a calm-eyed woman with silver rings and a streak of ash down her cheek, picks up the bowl. She shakes it gently. You hear the click of dried beans against ceramic. And so begins the ritual. This wasn't just some kitchen table game of chance. This was serious business, a form of cleromancy, or casting lots, practiced in private households and sacred spaces alike. The process varied. Sometimes it was as simple as reaching into a bag and pulling out a bean. White for yes, black for no. Easy answers. Questions like, will my son return from war? Or, should I sell the goat? Other times, it was more complex. A priest or oracle would toss a set of beans, each marked with tiny inscriptions or stained with colored wax, onto a cloth divided into sections. The pattern they formed was interpreted based on position, proximity, even the angle of their fall. Beans near the top, divine favor. Clustered in the center, uncertainty. Scattered wide, danger. This might sound ridiculous, but remember, these were people who read goat livers, who divined omens from bird flights. Beans weren't that far a leap. And unlike entrails, beans were portable, clean, and, bonus, edible. A low-mess method of contacting the divine. Some temples, especially smaller local sanctuaries, had their own bean codes. Specific numbers of beans meant different things. A handful of 7, marriage. 9, journey. 11, avoid boats. There's even mention in a Delphic commentary of a bean oracle, a woman known for her ability to hear the will of Apollo in the rustle of pods. No joke. She would toss the beans, wait in silence, then pronounce visions. One visitor recorded her prophecy. You will cross a river that runs dry. You will drink from an empty cup. Plant nothing this season. The man, according to legend, ignored her warning. His fields flooded, his wine spoiled, and, most terrifying of all, his bean crop failed. Coincidence? Maybe. But the priestess? She went on to become a legend. Sometimes these rituals took place in public festivals. Other times, they were private, quiet consultations in back rooms, especially among women. One papyrus from Alexandria mentions a group of midwives who used bean casting to determine the soul of an unborn child, whether it was old or new, pure or recycled. No pressure, baby. Damn. There were even bean calendars. Yes, calendars. A few rare clay tablets have been found, with days marked by bean counts. Each day of the month had a recommended number of beans to offer or consume, depending on the lunar phase and your personal fate. Day 1, 1 white bean for clarity. Day 7, avoid all legumes. Day 15, burn 3 black beans for protection. Weirder still, some believed that beans could store a question. You'd whisper your query into a pod, seal it, and place it on an altar. After 3 days, the priest would open it, not to hear an answer, but to observe its condition. If it had rotted, bad sign. If it had sprouted, hope. If it remained unchanged, the gods were busy. Historians still argue whether this form of divination was widely practiced or confined to a few eccentric temples. But the references persist, in fragments, in footnotes, in the background of other stories. Beans, always there, just listening. What made them so compelling? They were humble, ordinary, and that made them perfect vessels for meaning, just like dice, just like coins or dreams. Because some believed that after a bean casting ritual, the real answer would come in sleep. You'd wake with the words, not spoken by a god, but somehow just known. So tonight, as you lie in your own temple of pillows and shadows, imagine that bowl beside your bed. You reach in, your fingers close around something small, dry, smooth, a single bean. You don't need a priestess. You don't need symbols. You know your question. You whisper it once, softly. Then you sleep. And tomorrow, you'll know. Section 19. You wake, if that's the word, somewhere else again. Not in a temple, not in a bean field. You're on a slope now. A gentle hillside scattered with olive trees. The air is warm and buzzing with insects. There's the smell of crushed thyme, and earth turned damp by morning dew. But underfoot, not grass, not stone, just soil. Rich, black, loamy. And what grows here, swaying lightly in the breeze? Beans. Of course. But tonight, we're not talking about their shells, their dreams, or their dietary consequences. We're going deeper. Tonight, you're here to learn about the strange, persistent, unsettling belief that souls dwell in the soil, and that beans drink them up. This is the tale of the souls in the soil. The ancient idea that planting certain crops, especially beans, might invite more than nutrients to rise through the roots. You crouch and place your hand against the earth. It's warm, but not just from the sun. There's a pulse to it, faint, fickle, like a whisper beneath your skin. You're not alone. Let's back up. In ancient Greece, And in many pre-modern societies, the dead weren't buried to forget them. They were buried to anchor them. Graves weren't just storage. They were connection points between worlds. And if you planted something over that grave, especially something that sprouted quickly or reached deep, you weren't just growing food. You were growing a conduit. Beans, with their rapid germination and fleshy tendrils, were especially suspect. People watched them sprout and couldn't help but see fingers, a spine, a soul rising slowly through the dirt. So yes, beans were feared. Not just for what they held, but for what they pulled up. Some farmers refused to grow legumes near burial grounds. Others did it on purpose, believing the crops would absorb the essence of the dead, then pass that energy into the bodies of the living. That's one way to eat your ancestors. It wasn't just symbolic, it was practical theology. There are fragments of funeral laws from early Greek city-states warning citizens not to plant pulses of any kind within a certain distance of graves, unless they had received the proper purification rites. Why? Because unpurified souls were hungry. They might latch on. Infuse the root. Wait in the pod. And if you ate them, let's just say you'd spend the evening hearing voices from inside your stomach. In some regions, it was common to bury a bean pod with the dead. Not as food, as a tether, a line connecting soul to soil. If the pod sprouted, the family rejoiced. It meant the soul had accepted rest. If it withered, worry. Worse still, if it sprouted upside down. That, according to one Athenian farming almanac, was a sign of wandering spirits. The soul wasn't resting. It was pacing. And the plant? It wasn't a blessing. It was a beacon. This belief echoes through old folk tales. There's the story of the boy who dug up a patch of wild beans and found, tangled among the roots, a silver ring engraved with his grandmother's name. No one knew how it got there. Or the woman who cooked soup from a forgotten garden and woke the next morning, speaking in a voice not her own. But not all stories were dark. Some families planted beans specifically to keep their dead close. After a funeral, they'd take soil from the grave and mix it into a garden bed. Plant a small circle of broad beans. Water them with wine. And when they sprouted, they were treated as family. No one picked them. No one sold them. They were left to flower, to wither, to return to the ground. A cycle of remembrance, a bean-shaped ancestor altar. Historians still argue whether these practices were common or regional. Some claim they're exaggerated, later folklore added to earlier beliefs. Others argue that they reflect deep, unspoken truths of ancient religion. Because even in places where the gods sat high on thrones and temples gleamed, the soil remained sacred. It held your roots and your returns. The Orphics spoke of the soul as a seed trapped in flesh. The Pythagoreans saw reincarnation as a spiral through forms. The mystery cults warned that if you died without proper rites, you might return through a root. And beans? Beans were the shortcut. Quick to grow, quick to invite, quick to carry something back. Tonight, as you lie beneath the stars, think of the field around you. Think of the thousands of seeds under the surface. Think of what they've been drinking. The rain, the sun, the stories. Because maybe, just maybe, every time something grows, it's not just nutrients rising. It's memory. It's someone. And the bean, round and warm in your hand, It's not just food. It's a vessel, a message, a pulse from below. Section 20. You remain seated on the edge of the field, soil soft beneath your hands. The wind sighs across the rows, carrying the scent of distant firewood and the faint rustle of pods brushing one another like dry whispers. This place is beautiful, but uneasy, because beauty, as the ancients knew, is not always safe, especially when it's grown in a field full of beans. Tonight, we step into the shoes, or bare feet, of those who lived closest to the land. We step into the world of the farmers who feared fava. Now, farmers are practical people. They wake early. They work hard. They know the weather better than the priest does. They also know which plants are tricky, not just in how they grow, but in what they mean. And across much of ancient Greece, especially in rural outposts and mountain valleys, farmers held a deep, quiet unease about one plant in particular, the bean. Not all farmers feared it. Some grew beans as a staple, but many gave it a wide berth, especially near their homes. Why? Let's dig. First off, there were practical reasons. Beans, especially fava, can rot quickly in hot weather. They attract pests. The plants smell vaguely sour when blooming, a scent that one ancient poet called the breath of the borderlands. That alone was enough to make some villagers keep the fields away from their bedrooms. But it ran deeper. Beans weren't just messy. They were mysterious. You didn't always know what would happen when you planted them. Sometimes the soil accepted them. Sometimes it rejected them. Entire patches would fail, inexplicably. Or worse, sprout with odd deformities. Two pods fused together. A sprout that grew in a circle. A pod that felt full, but was hollow. For some, these were just gardening flukes. But for others, they were omens. In some towns, farmers refused to plant beans within earshot of a temple bell. Why? Because the echo, they believed, drew things up from the ground, things that shouldn't be stirred. One old Tsor farming guide from the region of Thessaly includes this curious tip. Plant no pulses west of the sleeping house, for the dreams will not rest. It's written without further explanation, like everyone already knew. And maybe they did, because that's another part of it. Dreams. Many rural families reported odd sleep disturbances when bean fields were planted too close to the home. Nightmares. Murmured conversations. The feeling of someone standing at the end of the bed. One folk tale tells of a woman who began hearing knocking each night after her husband planted fava against the side wall. Not loud knocking, just tapping. Always 3. It stopped when they moved the crop. Or consider the stone rings found in parts of Arcadia, small garden plots encircled by low rock walls where beans were grown at a distance from the main property. Not for irrigation, for containment, because people believed the plants could carry more than nutrients. They could carry presence. Children were told never to sleep in the bean shed, never to rest beneath the drying racks, never to play hide and seek in the rows, and always, always, to speak softly near the plants. Why? Because the beans were listening. We've heard that before, haven't we? It always comes back to that. But here's where things get spookier. In some regions, there were rules about when beans could be harvested, not just seasons. hours. Harvesting was to be done in early morning, before the sun was fully risen, or at dusk, just as the light began to fall. Never at noon, never under a full moon. Why? Because that's when the souls were most restless. It was said that during certain lunar phases, the field would speak if disturbed, not in words exactly, but in sensations, chills, tingling skin, the sudden urge to look behind you. And then there were the noisy plants. Every now and then, a farmer would report that a section of their bean crop began to rattle early, weeks before drying time. The pods shaking at night. No wind, no birds, just movement. Some said it was trapped spirits. Others said it was the soil breathing out. Either way, those crops were not harvested. They were burned, quietly, with a prayer, and maybe a little wine. Historians today have tried to explain these customs, pointing to mold spores, to soil bacteria, to the high protein content of beans, and the gastrointestinal havoc they cause. And sure, science is helpful, but it doesn't explain the emotional logic, the feeling deep in your stomach that something alive is brushing just beneath the surface, that your crop might grow too well, that your land might become too fertile, not just for beans, but for something else. One Aegean folk saying puts it best: the field that listens too hard forgets how to sleep. So tonight, as you settle into your own quiet bed, far from any pods or furrows, let yourself feel safe in the stillness. Let your house rest. Let your garden sleep. And if you wake to a soft knock on the wall, probably nothing. Probably just a dream. But maybe, just maybe, give the field a little extra space next spring. Just in case. Section 21. The farmhouse fades, and you drift once more, this time into something stranger. You're not in a field now, not in a temple, not even in a house. You're somewhere quieter, cleaner, orderlier almost. A room with stone benches, a shelf of scrolls, and the lingering smell of olive oil and wax. You are inside the mind of a philosopher, and it smells surprisingly herbal. But tonight, you're not here for the equations or the ethics. No, you're here for something far less noble, far more human. Tonight, you explore a dilemma few dare speak of: the philosopher's flatulence problem. Yes, we're going there, because as it turns out, even the most respected minds of ancient Greece had to wrestle with one awkward truth: beans make noise. And in a world where spiritual harmony was everything, a sudden bodily rupture could spell the collapse of not just dignity, but divine alignment. Let's start with the basics. Beans cause gas. This isn't news, but in ancient Greece, the implications were metaphysical. According to thinkers like Pythagoras, Plato, and even early medical theorists, the body was more than a vessel. It was a resonating chamber for the soul, a finely tuned instrument that, if mistreated, could detune your very essence. And few things threw off your inner harmony faster than a rogue toot mid-meditation. Pythagoras, yes, him again, was perhaps the most famous advocate of body-mind purity. He believed in strict dietary discipline. No meat, no wine, no beans. Why? Because beans made the body unpredictable. And unpredictability, that meant spiritual vulnerability. There's a half-serious passage from an early biography of Pythagoras, which claims he once left a lecture mid-sentence because a student had eaten lentils and was visibly struggling with containment. Can you imagine? A great mind trying to explain the harmony of the spheres, only to be interrupted by someone trying desperately not to harmonize with their seat. Now, was this real? Possibly not. But the fear of it? Absolutely real. Other philosophers tried to work around it. Plato, for example, wrote extensively about the importance of diet for shaping the soul. In the Republic, he proposed a model society in which citizens ate simple foods, grains, vegetables, fruits, but was notably vague on legumes. Some scholars think this was deliberate, that Plato, for all his intellectual bravery, didn't want to risk the bean question, because it was controversial. Some believed the gas caused by beans wasn't just embarrassing. It was a soul disturbance. There were even theories that the expulsion of air was literally the soul trying to escape. Or worse, something trying to get in. One Orphic text warns, "He who eats the soft pulse after dark shall wake with breath not wholly his own." Lovely. And then there's the medicine. Hippocratic texts, those early documents of Greek health and healing, acknowledge the digestive effects of beans, but frame them carefully. Beans are warming, they say, productive of wind, but also helpful to movement of the humors. So physicians walked a tightrope. Beans were good, beans were bad, beans were complicated, just like people. But the real problem wasn't health, it was shame, because Greek society valued self-control, of thoughts, of emotions, of bodily function. The ideal man was calm, composed, and silent. So when a food introduced chaos into that system, especially audible chaos, it wasn't just awkward, it was a philosophical crisis. You'll find small, desperate notations in student commentaries from philosophical schools. Do not fast before beans. Leave space between speaker and listener after lentils. If one must eat pulse, let it be outside and not within the perimeters of holy speech. Holy speech. That's how serious they were. The Stoics, with their belief in enduring discomfort, often ignored bean fears, but even they drew the line somewhere. A lesser-known Stoic named Archidemus wrote, "The soul must not be ruled by the gut. And yet, in certain circumstances, the gut will not be silenced. Honest, relatable, and hilarious." Some schools developed clever solutions. Philosophical dining halls, yes, that was a thing, had separate seating for those who had eaten legumes, not as punishment, just as a precaution. Others scheduled debates before meals to reduce the risk of interruption. And a few groups practiced what can only be called digestive silence, where any sounds from the body were treated not with laughter, but with somber nods, as if to say, "We honor your struggle." But perhaps the strangest response came from a group of followers of Empedocles, who believed that flatulence was the soul testing boundaries. They didn't suppress it. They listened. They believed that the tone and direction of bodily release could indicate emotional truths yet unspoken. Imagine that. Philosophy via resonance. You pass now through a silent corridor in the dream, where philosophers sit in meditation, some serene, some tense, one clearly regretting the chickpeas, because control was everything, even when it failed. And so tonight, as you breathe deeply, comfortably, free of pressure or expectation, let yourself laugh, just a little, at the seriousness of it all. Because even the wisest minds of the ancient world couldn't outthink the humble bean. And sometimes, the most profound truths escape us not through the mouth, but through the margins. Section 22. The corridor quiets. You step past the rows of thinkers, deep in their meditations and gastro-containment strategies, and find yourself climbing narrow steps carved into stone. Each one bears a mark, etched by sandals, weighted by centuries of pacing. At the top, a round chamber, round, cool, dim, quiet. Not a temple, not a lecture hall, more like a consultation room, a place for whispers, for questions you can't ask in public. On a shelf, scrolls, powders, bits of root tied with thread, and on the central table, arranged like ritual chess pieces, beans. Welcome to one of the more bizarre corners of ancient healing, the strange, stinky, and somewhat spiritual relationship between beans and madness. Yes, tonight you explore beans in Greek medicine and madness. Let's start with the obvious. Ancient medicine was not what you'd call consistent. Doctors disagreed on nearly everything, from how many humors you had to whether dreams came from the spleen or ghosts. But many agreed on one thing. Beans could mess with your head. Not always. Not for everyone. But the potential was there, especially for epilepsy, which was known back then as the sacred disease. To the Greeks, epilepsy was mysterious, terrifying, and deeply spiritual. It came without warning. It shook the body. It altered consciousness. And because they didn't have MRI machines or neurology degrees, they assumed it had to do with possession or divine interference. Now, some early physicians, like Hippocrates, argued epilepsy was a natural illness, not a punishment from the gods. But even he acknowledged that certain foods triggered it. Guess what made the list? Beans, specifically fava beans, which modern science confirms can cause a severe reaction in people with G6PD deficiency, favism, leading to weakness, confusion, even convulsions. The Greeks didn't know about enzymes, of course. They just knew. Some people ate fava and fell down, so they drew their own conclusions. In one Hippocratic text, we find this charming gem. Beans disturb the breath of the brain. Another early medical writer describes beans as cloudy making, a food that muddled the senses, especially in the moonlight. Which brings us to dreams. Beans were long believed to affect sleep. Eat too many? You might find your rest disrupted. Eat them too close to dusk? You'd invite phantasma, spirits that ride in through the gates of sleep. A papyrus from the island of Delos warns, "Let not the sick be fed pulses after sundown, for the veil is thinnest, and the mind most tender." In other words, if you're already unwell, physically or mentally, don't tempt fate with a lentil. One physician, Sostratos of Kos, took it a step further. He wrote that beans were food for the disordered mind, that their swelling nature, the way they ferment, expand, and burst, mirrored the behavior of uncontained thoughts. He believed they taught the body to forget restraint, which is a poetic way of saying, too many beans, and you might lose your mind. So what did the doctors do? Some avoided beans entirely for certain patients, especially those with melancholy, mania, or chronic nightmares. Others used beans in treatments. Strange treatments. Let's look at a few. Bean poultices. Ground up beans mixed with honey and applied to the temples. Said to draw out chaotic vapors. Probably just sticky and distracting. Burning bean pods. An early form of aromatherapy. You light them, waft the smoke into the patient's chamber, and wait. The goal? Drive out the bad winds. The result? Probably asthma. Bean fasting. Denying a patient legumes for 9 days, then reintroducing them slowly, observing changes in behavior. A crude behavioral trial, thousands of years before clinical psychology. And then there were the magical healers. These weren't Hippocratic. They were fringe. Folk doctors, midwives, night walkers. They believed that mental illness came from soul entanglement. That part of the person had wandered or become invaded. And guess what they used to coax the soul back? Beans. Not to eat. To bury. Near the head of the bed, or in the 4 corners of the room. Sometimes they were painted with symbols, spirals, stars, eyes. Sometimes they were sewn into pouches and worn on the chest. One folk recipe for soothing madness calls for boiling a single black bean at midnight while reciting the name of the afflicted backwards. Then the water was poured at a crossroads. Did it work? Probably not. But people believed it did, because beans weren't just part of the body. They were part of the mind. They were unpredictable, alive, full of vapor. And vapor, to the ancient Greeks, was everything. Breath, spirit, thought, all tied up in how air moved through your body. And nothing moved air like a steaming pot of legumes. Some philosophers believed the body was like a clay pot. Fill it with the wrong stuff, and it boils over. Think wrong, feel wrong, dream wrong. Beans were the food of bubbling, and bubbling was dangerous. So tonight, as your breath evens and your dreams start to take shape, give thanks for modern medicine, for clear diagnoses and quiet sleep. And maybe keep the lentil curry to lunchtime, just to be safe. Section 23. The hallway of scrolls and simmering tinctures fades, replaced now by soft fabric and shadows. You're in a new space, somewhere between home and temple. The room is small, round, and flickering with candlelight. Shelves lined with folded linens, a bowl of water, a pinch of herbs drying on a braided string. You're not in a kitchen. You're in a bedroom. And someone is asleep. But they're not alone. Because tonight's story slides gently into the world of dreams. Specifically, the role of beans in dream spells, sleep rituals, and midnight messages. Welcome to the realm of dream beans. To the ancient mind, dreams were not the idle fireworks of a resting brain. They were portals, messages, warnings, visits, and everything you ate, touched, or whispered before bed could shape what came through. Beans? Oh, beans were powerful. Let's start with the rituals. In several corners of ancient Greece, especially among women, midwives, and priestesses of lesser-known cults, there existed a quiet tradition. The bean sleep. Here's how it worked. On the night before a decision, marriage, journey, birth, a person would boil a handful of beans, usually fava or lentils, with honey and sage, not to eat, just to fill the room with scent. Then they'd place one bean under the pillow and whisper a question into it. Nothing too long, just a sentence, a name, a desire. Then they'd sleep and wait. The belief that the bean, steeped in vapor and shadow, would pull the answer from the spirit world into the dreamscape. Some even had specific positioning rules. Bean under the left side of the pillow for matters of the heart, the right for matters of fate. 2 beans together, only if you were trying to summon a vision of your future spouse. These weren't just bedtime games. They were serious rituals, often passed from mother to daughter. In fact, one preserved wax tablet from Ephesus contains a scratched recipe. To dream of truth, take 3 black beans, wash in moon water, place beneath your head with linen. Ask no question aloud. If the bean splits by dawn, beware the answer. Moon water, linen, silence. It's not hard to see how personal these rituals became. But there were public dreams, too. In certain temples, especially those of Asclepius, the god of healing, worshippers would engage in incubation, sleeping within the temple to receive divine dreams. These were not soft, cozy spa getaways. They were charged. You fasted, bathed, wore specific clothes. And sometimes, according to fragmentary records, you were given a bean broth before bed. Why? Some say it helped induce deeper sleep. Others believed it softened the boundaries between waking and vision. More fringe cults even believed beans contained residual dreams, that because beans absorbed water and swelled, they might also swell with memory or with images from previous dreamers. To them, boiling a bean was like activating a memory seed. One very old tale tells of a man who was plagued by nightmares until he buried a sack of beans in the center of his courtyard. After that, silence. Not peace, just silence. And the dreams? They went somewhere else. Even poets spoke of beans in dreams. One melancholy lyric reads, "I dreamt of a boy with lentils in his hair. He spoke in riddles I had once forgotten. When I woke, I tasted salt and thyme." Is it metaphor? Maybe. But that imagery of a bean-born dream figure speaking in half-memories comes up again and again. And not always kindly, because while beans could invite answers, they could also invite visitors. Some traditions warned against keeping beans in the bedroom, especially dried ones. They held too many doors, one grandmother from the Peloponnese supposedly warned. It wasn't that the dreams were always dark. It's that you didn't know whose they were. Which brings us to the echo dreams. These were a known phenomenon among certain cults. 2 people who placed beans under their pillows on the same night and then dreamt the same dream. No contact, no planning, just resonance. Did it happen often? Probably not. But enough stories survive to suggest it was feared, and in a few cases, used. A pair of lovers, separated by war, once attempted to reach one another using this method. Only one returned. He claimed they met on a riverbank by moonlight. But when he awoke, his bean had split in 2. He never slept well again. So what do modern historians make of this? Some dismiss it entirely. Legend, folk medicine, nothing more. Others point to the powerful effects of suggestion. That belief alone can shape dreams, steer the unconscious, draw patterns from nothing. But even skeptics agree. The ancients treated beans with reverence, not for their taste, for their mystery, for the way they hovered, just slightly, between sleep and seed, between something planted and something remembered. So tonight, as your own sleep gently folds around you, imagine placing a bean beneath your pillow. Just one. Dry, cool, quiet. You don't have to ask it anything. It already knows. Section 24. You wake slowly now, not in your bed, not in a field, not in a temple, but in something much smaller, darker, damper. The walls around you pulse faintly. There's the sound of dripping water. A dim green light filters through some fibrous ceiling. You reach up. It's not plaster, not wood. It's a pod. You're inside a bean, but not just any bean. Tonight, you've stepped into the most unsettling, uncanny sliver of ancient legume lore. The myth. Yes, myth. Of the uncanny bean baby. That's right. Let's talk about the bean-human hybrids that haunted the dreams, jokes, and fears of the ancient world. Because buried under the sacred rituals and dietary taboos, there were stranger stories, quieter ones, whispers passed around hearths and scratched into margins, stories about beans that birthed things, not plants, people, sort of. Let's set the scene. In some of the more mystical offshoots of Orphic and early Pythagorean circles, there circulated the belief that certain beans, particularly fava, contained not just souls, but partial bodies, little fragments of form, a curve like a spine, a soft seam like eyelids, tiny ridges like vertebrae or ribs. You've probably seen this yourself. You split open a fresh bean and pause. That glistening interior, the symmetry, the wet curve, the tender little lump in the center. It's weirdly human. The ancients noticed, and they wondered, what is that? In some texts, it was called the homunculus of the field, a little man, not alive, not dead, just waiting. Waiting for what, you ask? To be born, or reborn. Some believed that these bean babies were souls caught mid-transit, spirits who had not made it into a human womb, or who had left one too soon. Miscarried souls, stillborn wanderers, children who never drew breath but still sought bodies. And the bean? The bean was the halfway house. It nurtured. It protected. And if you handled the pod just wrong, tore it too early, cooked it too long, left it under moonlight, you might cause that half-soul to awaken. You wouldn't know at first. Maybe a dream, a whisper. Maybe your eyes would feel watched when you stirred the stew. Maybe your child would mention a name you didn't teach them. Maybe something in the garden would stop casting a shadow. There's a story recorded by an early Christian writer who is definitely not a fan of these pagan beliefs, about a woman in Thessaly who claimed to have raised a son from the soil. She'd buried a bean, watered it with milk, prayed over it daily. It sprouted. Then, one night, she dreamt a boy came to her door, damp-haired, barefoot and humming the lullaby she'd never sung aloud. The next morning, the plant was gone, but footprints were in the dirt. She wasn't praised. She was exiled. Tales like this weren't common. They weren't told proudly. They lived on the edges of belief, among witches, hermits, people who knew the soil too well. But the fear was strong enough to spawn protections. Some households refused to store unshelled beans indoors overnight, worried they might develop faces. That's right, faces. Little indentations in the pods, eyes forming where there were none before. Most would laugh, then check the pantry anyway. Others refused to let children help with bean shelling, claiming the innocent might wake the waiting. One old phrase even warned, if a child splits the pod and hears it cry, the soul was not meant for supper. Chilling, no? But even among skeptics, the shape of beans remained unsettling. In certain early Roman fertility rites, beans were used as mock infants, swaddled in cloth, passed from woman to woman. Some said it was symbolic. Others believed it drew souls in, prepared the womb, tricked the spirit world into thinking a child had already arrived, and thus encouraged conception. It was part magic, part theater, part fear. Because if a bean could become a baby, could a baby become a bean? A few radical Orphics flirted with the idea that some humans were incomplete, born too soon, born without having passed fully through the pod stage. They were called the unshelled, souls not quite cooked, prone to dreams, to visions, to odd speech. Poets, mostly. But sometimes prophets. Even today, the echo lingers. You've heard the term beanpole for someone gangly, half-formed. You've called a newborn a little bean. You didn't mean it. But something in you remembered, something ancient, something shivering at the border of sleep and soil. So tonight, as your limbs soften and your breath deepens, picture a single bean resting on your nightstand. It glows faintly in the moonlight. Its surface is smooth. Its shape is familiar. Inside, maybe just starch and hope, or maybe a story waiting to be born. Section 25. You're not sure if you're still asleep, because the place you're in now doesn't feel like a room, or a field, or even a dream. It feels like a threshold. The air is thicker than water, thinner than smoke. It hums, but not like music, more like pressure, a pulse. And in the center of this nowhere place floats an idea. No shape, no weight, just an idea, coiled and hot, like a whispered secret. How does the soul leave the body? Tonight, we unpack the ancient answer to that question. And yes, it involves beans. Let's talk about the smelly science of soul exit. To the ancient Greeks, the soul wasn't some metaphorical idea. It was real. A breath, a vapor, a wind that animated the body. And when the body died, the soul didn't just vanish. It escaped. But the big question was, how? Through the mouth, the nose, the eyes? The Greeks weren't sure. So they looked to signs. And one of the most reliable signs of death? Gas. Let's just say it bluntly. When a person dies, their body begins to release gases. The ancients noticed the sounds, the smells, the weird, unsettling bubbling and shifting. And they asked, "What is that?" Their answer? It's the soul, leaving. And once that idea took root, it blossomed into a bouquet of spiritual theory and very uncomfortable dinner rules. According to some schools of thought, especially among early mystics and Pythagoreans, the soul was heat and breath. Not breath like words, but vapor, a hot mist that lived within the chest and stomach. So when someone died and expelled their final emissions, it was seen not as decay, but departure, the final farewell. But that also meant that anything which mimicked that process could confuse the soul. Enter beans. Beans, as we've learned, are gassy little devils. Eat enough, and you create what one philosopher politely called uninvited air. And that uninvited air? It sounded an awful lot like a soul on the move. Or worse, a soul sneaking in. Some mystics believed that flatulence opened temporary soul gates, that if your body was lax in its boundaries, so too was your spirit. One Orphic text warns, "Let no sacred speech be spoken near the bean, lest the door of breath be opened, and a stranger enter cloaked in wind." That's not just poetic. That's digestive, spiritual danger. In certain rituals, people fasted not just from food, but from beans specifically, to prevent accidental soul leakage. A well-timed belch was one thing. A misfired bean blast? That could interrupt a funeral. Imagine mourning your loved one, placing their urn near the family altar, and suddenly, someone in the room lets one slip. Everyone freezes. Because now, you don't know if the wrong soul just left or the right one turned around. Some traditions got even more specific. One philosopher theorized that the soul didn't leave through the mouth, too obvious, nor through the eyes, too poetic, but through the lower intestine. Yes. He argued that the intestines were the furnace of life, where spirit met substance, and that death was a venting, a final exhalation from the earthbound furnace. So, what did this mean for beans? Well, if beans generated simulated soul exits, they were dangerous to the order of things. You couldn't just go walking around the sacred precinct of Apollo after lunch and let nature take its course. You might accidentally send your soul halfway to the underworld, or at least convince a wandering daimon that your body was vacant. In some households, it became customary to say a prayer before and after eating beans, not for health, but for spiritual retention. Keep what is mine, return what is not. Short, sweet, functional. Other traditions believed that bean gas wasn't an escape, but a beacon, that when your body released vapor, it created a scent trail the dead could follow, which led to strict rules. No beans after sunset. No beans during mourning. No beans on sacred fast days. No beans if you were hosting a ghost. That last one feels like it should be common sense. And what about the burning of beans? A purification method. Some cults would roast beans on hot stones, not to eat, but to watch the smoke. If it curled to the left, safe. If it circled the burner 3 times, a soul was present. If the pod burst, too late. The soul had arrived, or departed. Again, depends on your timing. Modern scholars smile at all this. Surely they were confusing biology with metaphysics. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the line between body and spirit has always been blurrier than we like to admit. Maybe a little gas isn't just gas. Maybe it's a message from your gut, your soul, or someone else entirely. So tonight, as your breath slows and your body quiets, think of the strange science of old, where a simple bodily function became a cosmic question, and where beans weren't just food. They were false alarms, or doorways, or soul echoes. You won't know which. Not until morning. Section 26. You're still floating in that space between silence and sensation. But now the darkness gives way to laughter. Not cruel, not manic, just dry, knowing. A little too loud for how sleepy the world has become. You follow it, around a corner that wasn't there a moment ago, into a torchlit amphitheater carved into stone. No audience, just a stage, a low platform, a set of crude props. And in the middle of it all, a man in a floppy wig, holding a giant bean. Tonight, you step out of temples and tombs and into something far more ancient and far more human. Comedy. Specifically, the Greek comedies that mocked bean fears. Because the moment people started fearing beans, someone else started writing jokes about it. And honestly, who could resist? Imagine sitting in an open-air theater, the smell of wine in the air, a cool breeze off the sea, and a chorus of masked actors singing a chorus that goes something like, "No beans for me, good sir, lest my ghost leave early." Cue the laughter, and maybe an uncomfortable glance at the dinner you had before the show. Let's get specific. Take Aristophanes, the great playwright of old comedy. A man who delighted in mocking philosophers, religious excess, and just about anything that moved. He loved a bean joke. In his play, The Frogs, there's a line where a character, terrified of descending into the underworld, declares he's eaten no beans this week, nor spoken with the dead, nor borrowed sandals. To the audience, this would have been instantly funny. Why? Because it poked fun at the ridiculously long list of rituals and taboos that spiritual types followed, including the fear that eating beans might put you on the guest list for the next funeral. Another lost comedy by Eupolis, a rival of Aristophanes, supposedly featured a Pythagorean character who refuses to cross a field because he's afraid to step on a soup. And another fragment, only a few words long, reads, "I feared no man, but I feared the lentil." That one's probably funnier in Attic Greek. The humor, of course, came from the tension between high ideals and bodily functions. The philosophers preached purity, control, spiritual discipline. But beans? Beans didn't care. They were the great equalizer, the deflator of dignity, the one food that could reduce even the most stoic sage to a squirming, red-faced mess. You can imagine the scenes. A pompous, Orphic priest enters, robes flowing, chanting of soul transmigration. Then, whoops, a sound, a smell, and the audience howls. Some plays took it further. One comedy, known only through summaries, featured a courtroom where the defendant was a bean, accused of causing everything from madness to dreams to digestive betrayal. The bean had a defense lawyer. He lost. But in his closing statement, he claimed, "I only opened the door. They stepped through." Poetry. And then there were the shadow plays, street performances using puppets, popular in marketplaces and festivals. In these, beans were often portrayed as tricksters, cheeky little spirits that crept into stews and whispered secrets into the ears of the living. You'd hear a line like, "Don't trust that hummus. It knows your sins." And someone in the crowd would drop their lunch. Even children's rhymes joined in. One ancient lullaby included a warning not to feed beans to your dreams, or they'd grow too big and wear your shoes. Weird. Charming. A little ominous. So what was really going on here? Historians argue. Some say the jokes were just jokes, low humor for a crowd that had eaten and drank too much. Others believe the comedy was a form of cultural pushback, a way for ordinary people to reclaim power from the elite, the mystical, the overly serious. Because when something becomes sacred, it becomes funny. And when something sacred involves farts and soup, well, that's comedic gold. But beneath the humor, there was something else, a kind of tenderness. These jokes weren't designed to destroy belief. They were meant to deflate it gently, to remind us that no matter how carefully we plan, how purely we eat, how solemnly we pray, we're all human. And the bean? It knows. So tonight, as your breath slows and your lids grow heavy, imagine sitting in that stone amphitheater. The stars overhead, the torchlight flickering. And on stage, a man in robes, gripping his stomach, whispering, "I told you. No lentils after sunset." The crowd erupts. And you? You smile. Because the fear is old, but the laughter, older, and far more powerful. Section 27. The laughter lingers, soft now, echoing, fading like music in a long hallway, or like a dream you remember just enough to miss. You move on. The night grows colder, the streets narrower. You're walking between clay walls now, barely wide enough for your shoulders. The torchlight is gone. The stars blink uncertainly through cracks in the rooftops. You turn a corner and stop. Before you stands a wooden stall. Nothing grand, no sign, just an old woman, a black veil, a pot. Steam curls up from it, thicker than it should be. It moves with purpose. She beckons. You approach. And so begins one of the strangest stories ever to bubble up from the bottom of an ancient pot, the scandal of the bean soup oracle. Yes, this really happened. Kind of. Somewhere between fact and satire lies the tale of a priestess who, according to a cluster of semi-reliable sources, developed a method of divination using nothing but soup. Not bones, not stars, not sacred flames, just beans. It's hard to say where she came from. Some say Thessaly. Others claim she was an offshoot of the Delphic cult, a rogue acolyte, a dropout from a dream temple. But what they all agree on is her practice. She would set up shop sometimes in a back room, sometimes at a festival, and invite people to ask questions. She'd light a fire, boil water, add a handful of dried fava beans, and stir. Then wait. The soup, she claimed, would answer. Some say she watched the bubbles. Others say she read the steam. A few claim she pulled out the beans, one by one, and interpreted the sequence like tarot cards. White, black, cracked, split. Each one meant something. People believed her. At least, enough people did. She became known as the Chickpeas, a word that means ladle, but was whispered like a title. Her predictions were oddly specific. You will cross the sea and lose your left shoe. Do not sleep near sheep on the 6th night of the moon. Your uncle's gold is hidden beneath the olive press. And yes, sometimes she got it wrong. But often, too often, she got it right. And that's when the trouble started. Because she wasn't sanctioned. She didn't train at a sacred grove. She didn't worship with the official priesthood. She worked alone, outside, with beans. So the temples got nervous. Because if people could get answers from a widow with a pot, why would they climb all the way to Delphi and wait for the Pythia to mutter from her laurel trance? An official complaint was filed. Yes, even in ancient Greece, there was paperwork. The charge? Profaning divination with soup. You can't make this up. Except someone probably did, or exaggerated it, because the surviving texts differ wildly. One says she was brought before a tribunal and laughed in their faces. Another says she simply vanished before the hearing, disappeared into the hills, leaving only a scorched pot behind. A third, most dramatic, claims she was tried, found guilty, and sentenced to silence. She was to never speak again. So naturally, she started writing. On beans. According to this version, she inscribed tiny messages on dried legumes and left them scattered across the city. Some were warnings. Others were nonsense. A few made people cry. No one ever proved it was her. But the city's bean vendors reported a spike in theft. She became a folk legend. Children would toss beans into fountains and whisper, "Chickpeas, speak." Old women would stir their soup counterclockwise and wink. Even the temples, eventually, stopped fighting it. You can't argue with a prophecy that says, don't trust the man with the squeaky sandals, especially when he does turn out to be a tax collector. And so the bean soup oracle drifted into myth, half priestess, half joke, half warning. A reminder that power doesn't always wear robes and light incense. Sometimes it stirs a spoon and squints at a bubble. And honestly, that's the most Greek thing imaginable. Because this was a culture that both revered and ridiculed its own spirituality. They built temples with one hand and wrote satirical plays with the other. They feared the gods. They also joked about them. And in the middle of it all sat a bowl of soup. Hot, murky, mysterious. Capable, perhaps, of seeing something you missed. So tonight, as you drift further into sleep, picture her, the woman with the veil, her eyes watching the steam, the fire crackling low. She stirs once, twice, stops, and says, very quietly, "Don't worry about tomorrow. The bean didn't crack." You smile. You believe her. You sleep. Section 28. The steam dissolves, the voice fades, and now, somehow, you're underwater, but not drowning, not even wet, just beneath, subterranean, like you've sunk below the waking world into something older, colder, and far more stubborn. Around you, pillars of earth rise like the bones of forgotten cities. Moss hangs like curtains. You hear dripping water and something else, a rhythm, like a heartbeat, like beans falling into a jar, one by one by one. Because tonight, you find yourself in the realm of the bean counters of the underworld. No, not tax officials. Something stranger. You see, for the ancient Greeks, death wasn't a vague transition or a poetic metaphor. It was a logistical process. And something, had to keep track of who died, how they died, and whether they were coming back. And in some very old, very dusty belief systems, they used beans. Let's start with the Moirai, the Fates. 3 sisters. Clotho spins the thread of your life. Lachesis measures it. Atropos cuts it. Some cult versions believed they didn't just work with thread. They also worked with beans. Why? Because beans were countable, portable, organic, and most importantly, mortal. You can break a thread. You can crush a bean. Each bean, they said, stood for a life. Some were plump, some shriveled, some cracked in half before they even hit the bowl. The bowl? Ah, yes. According to a fringe Orphic sect, the Moirai kept a large bronze cauldron in a cave beneath the earth. Every time a human was born, a bean was added. When someone died, it was removed. If a bean fell out accidentally, oops. Someone just got hit by a donkey cart. This wasn't a joke to them. It was a serious cosmological ledger. Other texts, fragmentary and likely oral in origin, tell of Hades himself walking through his kingdom, trailing a pouch of dried legumes. Each night, he'd toss one into the river Lethe. That person? Forgotten. Name erased. Identity dissolved. It's bleak, but also fascinating. Because here's the twist. If your bean was recovered before it dissolved in the river, your soul might return. Reincarnated, recycled, redeposited in a womb or pod, or perhaps even a dream. There's one wild myth from the backwoods of Epirus about a midwife who birthed a child with a bean-shaped birthmark on his chest. The local priest declared it a mark of return. The child, they said, had been counted twice. And what about judgment? Forget golden scales. Some minor cults believed that upon death, you were brought before a shadowy tribunal, not to plead your case, but to listen as your bean was shaken in a jar. If it rattled once, guiltless. Twice, uncertain. 3 times, down you go. The bean didn't lie, they said, because beans remembered. Of course, historians today roll their eyes. There's no evidence of this in the canonical myths, they say. True, but belief doesn't always leave clean footprints. It grows in cracks. It whispers in the margins. And this bean-counting belief, it crops up in too many places to ignore. In one city, beans or bananas were placed on the tongues of the dead, like coins, like passwords. In another, widows would cast 3 beans over their shoulders every new moon, whispering, "Tell me if he's waiting." Not for rebirth, for closure. Even funerary games played with beans survive in bits and pieces, tossing them against a wall, guessing the total, trying to match the number of days the deceased had lived. A game, but also a eulogy. And then there were the rogue rituals, the people who tried to change their fate by changing their bean. There's a story of a man who swallowed 30 dried beans over 30 nights, hoping to multiply his days. He survived, but forgot his own name. Another tale tells of a mother who snuck into a temple and swapped her son's bean with a fresher one. She lived to 97. Coincidence? Or just very clever gardening? Even today, you feel it, don't you? The appeal of it. That your entire life might be represented by something small, humble, and firm. Not a scroll, not a statue, just a bean. Soft enough to sprout, strong enough to endure, easily lost, easily swallowed, impossible to ignore. So tonight, as you drift deeper into your own dreams, imagine a great dark room beneath the world, quiet, airless, still. And in the center, a bowl. Inside, your bean, warm, steady, untouched. For now, Section 29. You float up from that underworld ledger, slow as a bubble through honey. Your limbs are heavy. Your thoughts stick. But the air clears, the shadows thin, and you find yourself not in a cave or a temple or a theater, but in a kitchen. Simple, rustic, familiar in a way you can't explain. A hearth glows low. Clay pots sweat over coals. A wooden table leans slightly to the left, covered in crumbs and dried herbs. And at the center of it all, a bowl of beans. Of course, but not for prophecy, not for fear. Tonight, at long last, you enter the realm of daily life. Because while priests warned, philosophers frowned, and mystics muttered, most ancient Greeks, they just ate the beans. This is the quiet, overlooked truth of the whole saga. Despite the omens, the gas, the ghost rumors, the bean bans in sacred precincts, beans were everywhere because they were cheap, filling, hearty, and kind of delicious. Let's take a tour of the ancient Greek pantry. You had your grains, barley, emmer, wheat. You had olives, wine, and cheese. And then you had legumes, lentils, chickpeas, broad beans, and especially fava, dried in the sun, soaked overnight, mashed, boiled, fried, or ground into flour. Beans were the backbone of what scholars now call the Mediterranean triad: bread, olive oil, and pulses, which sounds like a tasty Instagram lunch, but was, in fact, survival food. If you were poor, you ate beans. If you were rich, you still kind of ate beans. Maybe not every day, maybe not proudly, but they showed up in soups, stews, stuffing, even sweetened with honey, and wrapped in fig leaves for festival treats. One old recipe calls for boiling lentils with leeks, vinegar, and cumin. Another suggests frying mashed fava with wild thyme and goat's cheese. a proto-fritter, if you will. They even made a bean-based paste, kikion, used by travelers, soldiers, and those too busy to chew. Sure, some philosophers turned up their noses, but in private, they ate. They had to. Because beans didn't just fill you. They kept you regular, in a world without plumbing. Ancient graffiti in one Athenian latrine simply reads, "Chickpeas equals mercy." Even children ate beans, often mashed with garlic and oil, spooned into wooden bowls with a drizzle of sour grape juice. Sweet, sour, protein-packed. Take that, Lunchables. And for women, especially widows, midwives, and field hands, beans were lifelines. Affordable, long-lasting, nourishing enough to sustain during hard times, and frequent fasting. Because fasting wasn't just religious. It was economic. It was seasonal. You made it through lean winters with lentils and hope. So what about the spiritual stuff? Did ordinary people really believe that every spoonful was haunted? Not exactly. Belief back then was fluid, layered. You could believe that beans whispered dreams and enjoy a good chickpea stew. You could fast from fava during a full moon, then gorge on them during a harvest feast. You could laugh at a bean joke, then mutter a prayer before planting. Because belief wasn't binary. It was practical, contextual, cultural. Sometimes the beans were sacred. Sometimes they were lunch. And honestly, that balance, the tension between fear and familiarity, is what made them so human. Beans were like people, full of potential, a little weird, sometimes loud, and always, always growing. There's a fragment of a woman's diary, rare, precious, preserved in wax, and translated roughly from a Boeotian dialect. It reads, "Today I planted the last of the winter beans. May they feed my sons. May they not dream too deeply." That's it. No spells, no fire, just a wish. And isn't that all we're really doing? Planting things we hope will grow. Cooking things we hope won't bite back. Telling stories to make the silence feel friendly. So tonight, as your breath softens and your thoughts settle, think of the countless hands, rough, gentle, scarred, soft, that shelled, boiled, mashed, and stirred beans beneath the same stars that glow above you now. They weren't afraid. Or maybe they were. But they cooked anyway. And tomorrow, so will you. Section 30. The kitchen cools behind you. You step out into morning. Not yours, but someone's. A breeze slips between low stone buildings, carrying the smell of wood smoke, sheep, and yes, beans, simmering again. You walk slowly through the village, sandaled feet whispering against packed earth. No one sees you. You're not really here. But every doorway, every window, every little courtyard tells a story. Because tonight, well, this morning, you enter the final act of the bean's journey. Its symbolism. We've heard the prophecies, the taboos, the soup-born seers. But what about the way beans quietly invaded language? Metaphor? Memory? Because if there's one thing the ancient Greeks loved more than olives and gossip, it was symbols. And the humble bean? Oh, it got around. Let's start with birth. In some traditions, babies were called little beans by midwives and grandmothers, not just because of shape, but because of their promise, their fragility, their ability to split open the world. One Athenian lullaby ran, "Sleep now, my beanlet, round and safe. Dream not of roots, dream not of rain." A wish and a warning. Beans were also metaphors for luck. Drawing lots? They used beans. White for yes, black for no. Need to choose a leader? Beans. A judge? Beans. A soldier's fate? Beans again. Which is why, in certain villages, you still hear the phrase, "He drew the bitter bean," which means bad luck. Sometimes, deadly luck. There's an old story, probably exaggerated, about a soldier who, knowing the black bean meant death, swapped his before the draw. He survived. The commander did not. A victory, or a curse, depends who's telling it. And then there's speech. To spill the beans? Yes, that's ancient. Originally literal. Temple initiates were sometimes given beans as symbols of silence. Drop them, accidentally or not, and it was seen as revealing the sacred. A leak. A sin. Now it's just a cliché. But back then, it could get you exiled, even eaten. Okay, probably not eaten, but definitely avoided at dinner. In some rural dialects, gossip was called bean breath, as in, don't trust her, she's got bean breath, meaning too loose with secrets. Meanwhile, love poems used bean metaphors constantly. Why? Because they were fertile, round, and, when cooked right, soft. That's ancient Greek romance, baby. One lyric, carved sloppily into a bathhouse wall, reads, "Your eyes are lentils, your lips crushed thyme. I'd boil for you till my skin splits." We do not recommend using that in your next Valentine's card. Even politics weren't safe. A corrupt politician was once mocked in a comedic play as bean-fingered, a jab implying he manipulated voting lots or counted too many pulses. Again, both literal and rude. Beans were also symbols of transition. Plant a bean at a funeral? It was remembrance. Eat beans at a festival? It was rebirth. In fact, the Eleusinian Mysteries, a massive, secretive ritual celebrating the cycles of life, death, and resurrection, may have included beans in their sacred meal. We don't know for sure, because no one talked about the mysteries. And that's kind of the point. You see, the bean straddled worlds, food and faith, bodily and divine. So it made the perfect symbol for what couldn't quite be spoken. The in-between, even in later centuries, when Roman poets took over the storytelling, they kept the bean imagery alive. Virgil compares growing boys to sprouting legumes. Pliny the Elder calls the bean the crop of return. And somewhere along the way, that symbolism traveled through time, across tongues, into yours. Today, we still call things bean-shaped. We still say bean counter. We still use them to decide fates in children's games and reality shows alike. And when we're nervous, we talk about gas and laugh, just like they did. So tonight, as your thoughts drift like steam through a morning kitchen, think of this. You are a storyteller. You carry symbols, even when you don't know it. And the humble bean, so small, so silly, so sacred, is one of them. a seed, a soul, a snack, a sign, all wrapped into one. And whether you eat it, plant it, dream of it, or drop it, you're part of its story, still growing, still counting, still cooking. Section 31. You step out of the village and onto a winding road, worn smooth by generations of sandals and hooves and cartwheels. It leads uphill through a grove of olive trees. The air is golden, filtered through leaves that whisper even without wind. You keep walking, and now you're not sure what time it is. Late morning? Early dream? The path crests a small hill. Ahead, a small shrine. Columns chipped, roof half collapsed, moss curling in the cracks like an old secret. You step closer. There's no statue inside, just a square altar, a scattering of coins, and, in the center, a bowl of dried beans. Offerings. Tonight, we arrive at a quiet corner of ancient belief, the votive bean. Because while temples to the big gods got the marble and the drama, smaller deities, household spirits, rural gods, ancestral shades, were often honored with simpler gifts, like beans. Why? Because they were personal, modest, symbolic, and oddly effective. Let's break it down. In ancient Greece, offerings came in all sizes. Burnt meat for Zeus, gold for Apollo, wine for Dionysus. But for Hestia, goddess of the hearth, beans. For Demeter, mother of grain and soil, beans, especially black ones, planted as symbols of rebirth. For chthonic deities, the gods of the underworld, definitely beans, but not cooked, not salted, raw, buried, left quietly in clay bowls or tucked beneath stones. Why raw? Because cooking was an act of domestication, and the underworld didn't like domesticated things. It liked its symbols unprocessed, honest. A bean with its skin still on? That was truth. Which is why some people left beans at grave sites. Not flowers. Beans. You'd leave one for each year since the person's death. Or one for every child they left behind. Or just one, if you didn't know what else to say. It was a message. You're remembered. And because beans can sprout, sometimes they did. Tiny green shoots curling out of grave dirt. No one planted them on purpose. But no one pulled them up, either. It wasn't just the dead. Some left beans for household spirits, those invisible guardians of pantry and fireplace. You'd set a few lentils near the hearth on the first of the month. If the pot didn't burn that day, the spirit had accepted them. One superstition says, if your pot of beans boils dry and no one is around, it means a ghost was hungry. Unnerving, but somehow sweet. During festival days, like the Anthesteria, a springtime festival of wine and spirits, people would carry bowls of mixed beans and grains through the streets. They called it panspermia, meaning all seeds. It wasn't just food. It was abundance. The kind of gift you give when you're not sure who will receive it, but you hope it helps. Even during war, soldiers sometimes carried dried beans in pouches, not to eat, but to leave behind, as insurance, as prayers, as last words. There's a story of a hoplite who, sensing death, buried 7 black beans beneath a tree. He lived, came back later. The tree had died. The beans had not. Of course, not everyone agreed on the practice. Some priests frowned, said beans were too lowly, too full of vapor, too messy for sacred rites. But that's exactly why the people loved them. Because they were themselves. Simple, stubborn, capable of becoming something far bigger than their shell. Beans were relatable. They weren't the language of oracles or emperors. They were the language of mothers, widows, farmers, children, grievers, dreamers. People without altars, but not without hope. And that's what made the votive bean so powerful. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't expensive. It just was. Placed. Given. Forgotten, maybe. Or maybe remembered by whatever small god paused beside it in the dusk. So tonight, as the hush of sleep deepens around you, picture a single bean resting on a cracked altar in an abandoned shrine. No one sees it. No one praises it. But it waits, patient, uncooked, unclaimed, sacred in its own quiet way. And maybe, just maybe, it's enough. Section 32. The shrine fades behind you, like a sigh you didn't mean to let out. You walk now through wildflowers, poppies, daisies, that yellow kind that doesn't have a name but still stains your sandals. Bees drift lazily. The sun is warm, but not hot. The road narrows into a dirt path. You follow it. And then, without warning, you're surrounded by people. Not real ones. Painted ones. You've wandered into an ancient vase. The figures around you are frozen in black and red, their poses graceful, exaggerated. A woman kneels by a cooking pot. A man gestures wildly at a table. Children laugh. A dog licks a bowl. And there, on the table again, beans. Because tonight, you look at how beans appeared in Greek art and literature. And yes, they showed up more than you'd think. Let's start with the pottery. Greek ceramics were the Instagram of the ancient world, equal parts functional, aesthetic, and wildly informative. And while most people focused on gods and heroes, Achilles, Athena, Heracles, there were hundreds of vases that depicted ordinary life. Banquets, markets, family meals, and right there, nestled in the corner, a humble dish of legumes. One red figure crater, dated around 480 BCE, shows a woman ladling what appears to be a stew into bowls, with a child clutching a handful of something small and round, most likely lentils or broad beans. The inscription reads, "For the long night." Could mean dinner, could mean morning, could mean both. Another kylix, essentially a fancy drinking cup, has a scene of 2 philosophers arguing, with a third man in the background clearly rolling his eyes while holding, yes, a bowl of beans. Scholars argue whether it's a joke. But come on, we know it's a joke. You don't just paint Socratic drama next to a snack unless you're making a point. And then there's the terracotta figurines. Small, easily breakable, often left in graves or shrines. One features a woman cradling a bean pod like a child. Another shows a man crouched over a garden bed with exaggerated roots. Are they literal farmers or symbolic? Historians shrug. The lines between life and metaphor were pretty blurry back then. In terms of literature, beans made plenty of appearances outside the comedic stage. Theophrastus, a student of Aristotle, wrote lovingly about plant behavior, including the curious tendency of beans to twist toward the moon. He saw it as evidence of their sentient nature. Others saw it as proof they responded to souls, since the moon governed tides, dreams, and rebirth. The poet Hesiod, in his Works and Days, mentions beans as part of the sowing calendar. He warns against planting them on certain moon phases, not because of crop yield, because of omens. Beans were also used as similes. To sit like a bean in a cold pot meant to wait uninvited. To bounce like a dry fava meant to be untrustworthy. And of course, to speak with lentil tongue meant to mumble, deceive, or hide truth behind softness. How oddly specific. Even the laws mention beans. One Athenian regulation, preserved on a stone stele fragment, outlines rations for prisoners and orphans. Guess what shows up? Yep. 1 measure of lentils per day, double on festival eve, which feels like a small mercy. A quiet act of nourishment. And then there's a whisper in the writings of a certain cult chronicler, possibly from Corinth, who described a hidden script in which bean varieties represented letters. A legume alphabet. Fanciful? Maybe. But if any civilization would invent bean-based code, it's definitely this one. So what does it all mean? It means that beans weren't just eaten, feared, dreamed, or avoided. They were seen, recorded, respected enough to paint, ordinary enough to skip explanation. You know something is culturally embedded when it shows up without ceremony. No one in these vases says, "Look, I am holding a sacred bean." They just do it, because that was life, sacred and silly, filled with roots and rituals and tiny ovoid symbols that boiled away most of their mystique, then circled right back around again. So tonight, as your eyes soften and your breathing slows, imagine yourself on one of those vases, painted in profile, mid-motion. You're stirring a pot, or planting a row, or tossing a single bean into the air, just to watch it spin in the sun. Not famous, not immortal, but remembered, on clay, in pigment, in pulse. Section 33. The vase shatters. Not with a crash, but a gentle crack, like a soft boiled egg tapped with a spoon. You step through the pieces into a strange stillness, a blue twilight. No sun, no moon, just horizon. This is not history. Not yet. It's almost history. That slippery space where the ancient starts to fade and the modern begins to stir, where legends loosen, rituals simplify, and everything sacred turns just slightly quaint. Tonight, you've arrived in the final centuries of Greek bean lore, the transition years. Let's call them that. The centuries where beans began to drift quietly from soul containers and dream triggers into the kitchen drawer. But they didn't go easily. Let's rewind. By the time the Romans took over the Mediterranean world, a lot of earlier Greek customs had been absorbed, repackaged, or sidelined. Some beliefs persisted. Others simmered away. Beans remained staples, still in stews, soups, breads. But the sacred, the spooky, that stuff started to soften. Take the Pythagoreans. Their fear of beans didn't vanish. but it got mocked. More philosophers began writing rebuttals. One Roman author snorted that a man who flees a lentil will never conquer a lion, which is fair. Another, more cheeky, wrote that beans don't contain souls. They contain farts, which are not the same thing. The temples changed, too. Mystery cults declined. Christianity began to rise. And while the new religion came with its own set of fasts and feasts, it didn't quite know what to do with all the bean baggage. So it got creative. Some early Christian sects in the Greek-speaking world repurposed beans into acts of charity. Boiled beans were given to the poor on saints' days. Lentils were served during funerals, especially during Soul Saturdays, a tradition that still exists in parts of Greece today, where a dish called koliva, made of wheat, raisins, and sometimes beans, is offered in memory of the dead. The soul connection never really left. It just put on new clothes. You also start to see bean superstitions slide into folklore. Not doctrine, not temple law, just stories your grandmother told you while peeling garlic. Like, never eat lentils on New Year's Eve unless you want to dream of ghosts. Always stir your beans clockwise, or you'll curse your own harvest. If your bean stew bubbles without boiling, someone is lying to you. And of course, never count beans out loud. You'll attract the wrong ears. Sound familiar? Yep. The old fears just hid inside rhyme. They became proverbs, nursery warnings, kitchen omens. And through it all, beans stayed right where they always had been, in the pot. But now with less prophecy and more parsley. Still, some things never died. One small community in rural Thessaly still plants their first spring beans by moonlight, without speaking, a practice they claim makes them more obedient. When asked obedient how, they say, they grow where you need them. That's delightfully vague. Meanwhile, some old village healers continued using bean readings for minor ailments. You'd bring them 7 fava beans. They'd toss them in a bowl. Look. Frown. Toss again. Too many cracks, they'd say. Drink more fennel tea. Avoid weddings. And even now, in parts of modern Greece, beans and dreams still walk hand in hand. There's a belief that if you place 3 lentils under your pillow and dream of water, you'll soon fall in love, unless the water's muddy. Then, run. So what happened? Did the soul portal beans of ancient Greece just evaporate? Not really. They simply adapted. They became cultural residue, a background flavor. Not loud, but unmistakable. Kind of like garlic. Kind of like grief. Kind of like history itself. So tonight, as you rest deeper, with all these tales tucked into your chest like warm stones, remember this. The past never vanishes. It settles into language, into recipe, into ritual you repeat without knowing why, and sometimes into a single dry bean sitting unnoticed at the back of your cupboard, waiting to be planted, or dropped, or counted. Section 34. The horizon curls, not upward or downward, but inward. You step again, and the path beneath your feet is soft, almost like soil, almost like parchment. The air smells of dust and ink, dry olive wood, a bit of mint. This isn't a temple or kitchen anymore. It's a library, not a grand marble one. No scrolls gleaming in sunlight. This is a quiet, private corner of memory. A mental bookshelf, pages without titles. You've reached the final stretch. Tonight, we look not at myth, or ritual, or prophecy, but at the scholars who tried to make sense of it all, the modern interpreters of ancient bean lore. And oh, have they been busy? You see, once you start digging through old texts for mentions of fava beans, you open a very specific kind of academic wormhole. One full of footnotes, debates, and phrases like symbolic liminality of leguminous flora. Let's meet some of the key players. First up, Jane Ellen Harrison, one of the first modern scholars to seriously explore Greek religion as a living system of myth and ritual. In her writings, she speculated that the taboo against beans might stem from prehistoric burial practices, suggesting that beans, with their uncanny habit of sprouting from the soil, reminded early humans of the dead returning. Creepy? Yes. Compelling? Also, yes. Then there's Mircea Eliade, who wrote broadly about myth, ritual, and the sacred. He saw beans not just as food or superstition, but as liminal objects, things that lived between categories, plant and seed, food and soul, mundane and magical. In other words, beans confused people, and confusion often breeds symbolism. Another favorite, Robert Graves, poet and mythographer, who delighted in finding secret meanings in ancient practices. He called the Pythagorean bean taboo a metaphor for the dangers of unexamined thought. In his view, refusing the bean was like refusing digestion of food, of ideas, of transformation. Philosophical beans. Chew on that. More recently, scholars like Walter Burkert and Sarah Iles Johnston have examined bean lore in the broader context of Greek ritual and mystery cults. They point out that many elements, like food taboos, dream rituals, and symbolic offerings, appear not just in Greece, but across the ancient Mediterranean. Which raises the question, did the Greeks invent bean soul theories, or did they borrow them? Historians still argue. Some trace the bean taboo back to the Near East, where lentils were associated with mourning and fava beans with funerary rites. Others point to Egypt, where the priests of Heliopolis reportedly avoided beans for purity reasons. There's even speculation that the taboo might have Indian roots, linked to Ayurvedic ideas about digestion and spiritual balance. The truth? Probably a little of everything. Cultures trade ideas, like recipes, slowly, stealthily, over stew pots and campfires. But it wasn't just scholars who kept the questions alive. Artists, poets, anthropologists, even psychologists have chimed in. Carl Jung, in a footnote somewhere deep in his collected works, muses on the bean as a symbol of unconscious potential, something hidden, compact, and transformative. Again, very bean. And then there's the anthropologists who go full structuralist, mapping legume fears onto broader anxieties about boundaries, life and death, self and other, soul and body. You see where this is going? Everyone who picks up the ancient bean story ends up staring into the same quiet mystery. Why did they care so much? Why did people 2,500 years ago stare into a bowl of lentils and see death, dreams, danger, and dinner? And what does it say about us that we're still asking. Because every era projects its own questions onto the past. For the Victorians, the bean taboo was exotic. For modern skeptics, it's silly. For Jungians, symbolic. For folklorists, fascinating. And for the sleepy YouTube listener, yes, you, it's strangely soothing, like realizing you're not the first person to wonder whether your food might be watching you back. So tonight, as you curl a little deeper into your blanket, let this be your takeaway. The ancient world was weird, but it wasn't random. Every taboo came from somewhere. Every superstition hid a logic. And every bean they buried, feared, or boiled meant something to someone, even if they couldn't quite explain it, even if we still can't. And that not knowing, that's kind of beautiful. Section 35. You're almost at the end now. You feel it in your bones, your breath, the way your thoughts float more than walk. But there's one more stop, one more moment of quiet before the story ends. You stand now in a garden, not mythical, not metaphorical, just real. A small patch of earth behind a modest stone house, the kind of place where herbs grow in crooked rows, and the fence leans a little too far left, but no one minds. The kind of place where the sun falls just right, and in the far corner, staked and straggly, reaching up with delicate tendrils, beans, fava, lentil, chickpea, dry husks rattling in the breeze, yellowed leaves curling in the corners, and still, impossibly, alive. Because this is the legacy, not the fear, not the rituals, not even the stories. It's the act of planting, the quiet, hopeful nerve of putting something in the ground and trusting it to grow. You don't need to believe in bean spirits to understand that. You already do it. Every day. Every time you speak kindness, even when you're tired. Every time you help without being asked. Every time you laugh at something small and silly. These are seeds, too. And they grow. Not always where you expect. Not always in ways you notice. But they do. Just like the beans did. They outlived the empires. They outlasted the oracles. They made it past the priests and the punchlines and the Pythagoreans. Because they were useful, honest, necessary, and somehow still sacred. Not because they hold souls, but because they feed them. So tonight, as you drift finally, gently, fully into sleep, let this be the last image. You, barefoot, in the garden, planting a single dry bean into soft soil. No fanfare, no spell. Just a whisper in your chest that says, let this become something. You pat the dirt closed, stand, smile, and leave it to the sun. Wind down. And now, all is still. No more temples, no more jokes, no more beans rattling in bowls or omens whispered through steam. Just silence. Thick, warm, and safe. Let it wrap around you like a blanket pulled up to the chin. Let your fingers soften, your jaw slacken, your breath slow and deepen, slow and deepen. There's nothing more you need to remember. the strange wisdom of the ancients can rest. So can you. You've wandered through dreams and kitchens, through shrines and soups and shadowy gardens. You've followed a single humble seed through fears and feasts, through laughter and loss. And now you're home, where stories don't need endings, where every planted thought can simply sleep. So let your mind go soft, like wet earth after rain. Let the details blur and the colors fade. Let the quiet rise like mist from a hillside in early morning. You are safe. You are whole. You are just like the bean, small, but full of promise. Nothing more to chase, nothing more to know. Just sleep. Deep, nourishing, unhurried sleep. The kind that wraps you in roots and carries you gently through the soil of your own dreaming. Good night, traveler. Sweet dreams. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.